Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, all distinguished guests. Welcome to the TECHBITE Demo Day 2021. So we'll be here on site at KX Innovation Center and also online through our Facebook Live page and also our partner Entrepreneur Social Club. So I would like to welcome you all to the first annual TECHBITE Incubation Program, which is the TECHBITE Demo Day 2021. My name is Sam, and I'll be the MC for today. So according to the COVID-19 situation right now, you can see we made sure to have everyone ATK tested on first floor. So apologies for the delay. It has taken a bit of time than we expected. And yeah, so I would like to keep in mind everyone to have their masks on to the entire duration of this event. Yep. And so the first thing, the objective of this event is to showcase our startups that we have made throughout the year, and also an event to thank our network, our partners of the work we did throughout 2021. The schedule for this event will start with a keynote session from Associate Professor Dr. Sakarin Pumirat, advisor of the university, and Professor Dr. Buncharan Sirinovakun, Acting Chief Executive Officer of KX Innovation Xchange. And then after the keynote session, we will have the 7 startup teams who will be coming up on this stage to pitch their startups to the judges, which you'll know shortly. And then will be a short break while the judges add up the scores to announce who will be the winner of today's Demo Day session. Last but not the least, we'll be also presenting the TECHBITE plan and activities for the next coming year, 2022. And then finally finishing off with a networking party on this building, 19th floor. Yep. So without further ado, we'd like to get started. And I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Sakarin Pumirat onto the stage to give us an opening remark and keynote speech about the big picture of King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi.
Okay. สวัสดีครับ Good afternoon, friends and colleagues, young friends and young colleagues in this room. I'd like to, first of all, clear up your expectation. This won't be anywhere near any keynotes. It will be more a welcoming and thank you address to you, a short one. Thank you, TECHBITE team, for inviting me to come and say a few words to all of you. Representing the university, we set up this KX. To us, it's knowledge exchange for innovation and entrepreneurship. We've been very happy with the team who has run this through the COVID pandemic the past couple years. We ran this, I think, about 5 years now, including the 2 years under the COVID pandemic. The idea being, we like to give this space to the society, particularly the society who are with keen interest in innovation and entrepreneurship. We like to open up the building so that we can set up communities that would build innovation and entrepreneurship in Thailand. And I think we have been quite successful at that. And I think what you see following the opening here will be testified of some successes, especially from the TECHBITE team. So thank you very much. As I said, I won't endow you with so many things, except for the fact that KMUTT has been playing, our feeling, a very important roles in building infrastructure for innovation and entrepreneurship here. And KX is the place where we like to showcase all this. We have earmark our university to be, of course, research university. We have earmarked our university to be what we call entrepreneurial university for Thailand. And that's a result of the challenges facing the university, for which you all know, especially technology disruption, educational tech disruption, the expectation of the younger generations and the world for the new type of education. Luckily, we start on this journey just before the COVID, a few years before the COVID. And the COVID has put a very strong exclamation points on what needs to be done. So we will be facing a lot of challenges. A few I have just mentioned. Further challenge is the fact that we are government support university, where the support will be less and less because of the needs to recover from the COVID, and also the expectation that we will serve the society much stronger and much better than what we have done in the past. My feeling is we have done quite a bit in the past already. We are one of the, you can move on the slide. We have been one of the strongest university in terms of linking with society, linking with the society, linking with the companies, linking with our friends across the society in Thailand. So we have been doing a lot of relevant works for the communities around university and far away from the university. If you look at what KMUTT has done in the past, you will probably realize the fact that we have done all this. So being in the past, the strength with our private sector, community and society, based on our excellence in education and excellence in research, we think we have a firm foundation to do all this. So with the challenge facing for the future, we plan to do a lot more with what in Thailand called RUN education, the reskill, the upskill, the new skill for those in the working sectors in the public in Thailand. With relevance to KX, this will be an opportunity for us to work with anyone who are interested in building new entrepreneurship, new startups, improving innovation in their business, in their activities. So KX will serve not only our students but more our society. So that's the plan. Through that, we will do a lot of reskill, upskill and new skills courses or activities more than courses actually. We have implemented what we call micro credentials, where you can earn a lot of skill-based certificates and that sort of thing. So in that case, we feel that KX will bring our university towards what we call entrepreneurial university, where we like to serve the countries in thriving in solving big problems of the university. And based on our past performance, could you move the slides to next slide? One more. This one. If you look in terms of rankings, we have been doing very, very well in terms of rankings, although that's not our aims at all. We have been ranked number 1 in Thailand in terms of engineering for the past 5 years, number 1 in physical science for the past 4 years. This year there's an impact ranking, and we will rank number one in the world in terms of, I stress number one in the world, in terms of SDG 7, which is the renewable energy part with regards to the university. That's based on our past work on environmental and renewable energy issues. So we've been quite successful at that, and we like to bring this successfulness into serving the society much better. So with all that, I'd like just to say that we like to thank you, all our partners and our friends here. I'd like to invite you to be a part of this journey for which we would like to bring students and faculties and alumni and all the friends to try to solve what Thailand needs for the moment, and perhaps in the future ASEAN and the rest of the world needs in terms of the SDG goals, the 17 SDG goals. There are many problems that we need to solve, and selecting a few, I think together we can certainly play a very important part in this, particularly in building ecosystem for those who want to solve these problems, can bring in their expertise, their willingness to join in building all this together. So that's all I have to say at the moment, and I'd like to again welcome you to KMUTT, a part of KMUTT. KMUTT has 4 campuses. This is what we call the society phase of our campus. We have 3 other campuses, mainly on education and research, and you all are welcome to look at our websites and understand what we are doing. So with all that, enjoy your afternoon, and we look forward to working with each and every one of you in building KX to be ecosystem for innovation and entrepreneurship for Thailand and ASEAN for the next few years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Sakarin Pumirat, for giving us an opening remark and keynote speech. And next, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Buncharan Sirit Nawakun, Acting Chief Executive Officer of KX Knowledge Xchange, to give us a keynote speech about KX Knowledge Xchange Center. Professor Dr. Buncharan Nawakul for giving us a keynote speech about KX Knowledge Xchange. So now the time has come. Before we begin, I would like to recap that at the start of the TECHBITE Incubation Program from July 2021 until today, we had a total of 301 applicants, of which 123 teams were selected to join TECHBITE. After months of working closely with each startup, we chose 7 teams here today that we believe have a potential of scaling up to be a successful startup. So under the TECHBITE Incubation Program, I would like to introduce quickly the 7 teams. The first team is Kitchen, the series. Please stand up and then maybe a round of applause. Yep. The second team, the Rocket Hub. The third team, Scene. The fourth team, Pre-War. The fifth team, Renew Innovations. The sixth team, Petini. And lastly, Team Otto. Yep. So those are the 7 teams that made it to today's startup final pitching. Shortly, I'll run through the rules of the pitch. We will have a total of 15 minutes for each team, 9 minutes for presenting their startup, their business model, and then 6 minutes would be for our judges, for the Q&A, and also for the audience as well. At the start, there will be someone holding signs to show at the back of the screen. Once it's 3 minutes, and then once during 1 minute, when the time runs out, there'll be a bell. Something like the sound to know that your time is up. And then, yeah, for after your 9 minutes is up, it'll be the Q&A from the judges. So before we start, I would like to introduce our judges. So first, Cassitis Kimesis, CEO from Whatnot Startup Studio. Yeah. And secondly, Darshan Mehta, CEO of iResearch and Big Mango. Third, Mina Internet from Big Mango as well. And lastly, Michael Waits from Michael Waits Media. Yeah. So welcome our judges. And yeah, thank you for your presence today. And I believe the comments, the advices, the questions from the judges will be beneficial to all the startups today. So without further ado, I would like to invite the first team, Kitchen, the series, up onto the stage. So welcome.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Sankitat. I am co-founder and marketing director of Kitchen the series. We are Cloud Kitchen, which own a variety of specialty brands for all-day meals. Cloud Kitchen is a restaurant that has only kitchen, no storefront. Our customers mainly are people who live or work around there. So it's very easy to get repeated customer. They just tap on their smartphone and our restaurant will be there. Comparing Cloud Kitchen with the traditional restaurant, we have very low investment, low fixed cost, and very extremely fast setup. Moreover, we unlock many limitations. We don't have to spend time or spend money for decoration. We don't have to worry about the limitation of table or person capacity. We have multiple brands for product appeal. And okay, we have efficiency of shared resource. Also, we are COVID-19 friendly. Last year, 2020, the food delivery was 91.5 billion for the market size. The growth rate was double due to COVID-19 last year. And here I will take you to our adventure. We start in very little small space. We sell shabu, the brand Shabu the series is like shabu and grill delivery with free service of equipment. And after 1 week, we were in viral in Twitter. But we have only one branch, so we come up with the promotion of free pork or beef equal to the delivery fee. Okay, then we prepare for the coming new year, the first new year. So we come up with the pull marketing in Google. The result, we generate sale about 250,000 baht within 7 days in New Year. After that, it is locked down on April 2020. But Cloud Kitchen still growing and running. Within 6 months, we have our second branch in Hoi Quang. But unfortunately, we were deficit about 50,000 baht per month because everything was not as expected. And we come over with a new idea, the Cloud Kitchen. We aim to catch up demand in food delivery platform. So we come up with Dong with the series and Kapao Katha Lek. So we turn around into profit within 2 months and double the sales into 800,000 baht per month. And now we know that the more brand we have, the more opportunity and more possibility we got. After that, we found the data, we found the report, and we know the data is such a gold mine for us. We use the data of the market such as customer behavior, the famous in different period of time, popular area, to decide the product, the brand, the timing, the location. The proof, what we are today. Our strategy about the product, right now we have 5 brands, which is in-house brand. We use a different identity, different specialty, and different target market in terms of meal. Then here we are All Day Cloud Kitchen. We come up with other new brand, Khot Mu Ping Yai, which is focused on breakfast, and Noodle Hunter for lunch and dinner. By using data to analyze what we are going to sell, what time we want to fulfill. Here's our traction. When we first start, our income is just like 400,000 baht. We have only Shabu series and can sell only like dinner time. After that, Dong with the series and Kapao Katha Lek come up. We fulfill the lunch time that we haven't had sale before and increase the sale in dinner. The sale was double. And after that, we have Khot Mu Ping Yai. We extend the opening time and we can sell more in breakfast that we haven't had sale before, increase the sale in lunch and dinner. October 2021, our sale was 2.5 million baht. And the Nak Lak Kway Tiao just come up to catch up more demand in lunch and dinner. In last 12 months, our growth rate was about 200% or 25% per month. Then we have a big decide. We have to move from Hoi Quang to Jatuchak because Hoi Quang was too small. But the challenge is we have to lose our existing customer. But you know, only 15 days by using data to analyze where to locate. We double the sale within 15 days from Hoi Quang. Our milestone in next year, we're going to have 15 brands within one branch, and we're going to have 10 branches over Bangkok, and each brand per branch will generate money about 10,000 baht per day. So expected sale per month is 45 million. Our mission is to become one of the largest cloud kitchen within 2 years. So we are looking for scaling up and expanding over Thailand, and looking for like raising fund in the next year, R&D, food supply chain and management team. Last 12 months, our revenue was 21 million. Here's normal business model for other cloud kitchen, but for us here, we have more bargaining power, so the commission is lower than other, and also the cost of goods sold. We have so many brands, so we have economy of scale. So the gross profit is about 50%. Competitor analysis. For our outstanding criteria are return on investment. We just use only like 4 months to get return on investment, and the sale per square meter and sale per employee is very high comparing to others. Our competitive advantage due to we have so many brands, so we are it is very easy to scalable, and we have big data that we collect. So we use these things to create multiple brands. As we have multiple brands, we can diversify the risk. And also, moreover, we have our own sales channel, and we have so many followers. So we have all of this. In conclusion, we have bargaining power to bargain the commission. Right now, we just only like 25% for the commission. Here's our team. We do it like football team. We work like football team. We have midfielder, we have striker, we have defender, and we have like team manager. For me, I am striker. I have experience in restaurant and food industry for like 6 years already. So we use our experience to create kitchen industry right now. We have data analysis and like organization development to create this thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the questions from our judges.
Hey. Hello. First of all, congratulations. I think that you are on a really exciting track.
Yes.
How old are you?
29.
Oh, but you've spent 6 years in the food industry doing what? In the restaurant industry?
Yes, since I graduated.
Yeah. So was that idea, did it come from you that like you saw it somewhere else, or was it just because of COVID situation? How did you come up with this idea?
I come up with this idea. First, I did like the Shabu the series, because like at that time I feel like it was very blue ocean, because before people like to like eat shabu in restaurant, but you know we think that shabu is like activity dining when your friend or your family want to have activity together. I think like this is good idea to do that. And after that, we have like so many ingredients, so we want to get rid of it.
Yeah, I was kind of asking because you mentioned that you're performing better and you're better operated than your competitors, other cloud kitchens. So can you list some of the other cloud kitchens that are there? I know Grab is doing one. Food Panda are doing their own cloud kitchens, right? So how come you are better at your operations, at the profit margins? Like what is, why do you think that you have that secret recipe? Because I saw that Food Panda probably has that big data, which is even bigger. Mm-hmm. And they might also have those skills, but what is unique about you?
Actually, like for the Food Panda or like any other food delivery platform, they don't do their own. They just like take some like popular restaurant to their kitchen. But for us, we do our in-house brand. We have full operation of this, so we can control and we can sorry. Okay, we have like full จะบอกว่าเราทำได้100%อะไรเงี้ยทำไมไม่เป็นเราแตกต่าง
Okay. So because we manage that's all by internal, so we can increase our quality control, and moreover that is about cost effectiveness that we have over the competitor, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I get it. I understand what you mean. Thank you.
Can I ask a... Sorry, Darshan, go ahead.
Very good job. Sorry, Michael. Very good job. I had a quick question. You have 5 brands now.
Yes.
You're going to expand to, let's say, 10. Is your strategy for the next brands to be profit margin or volume?
Yeah, due to I have like so many, right now we have 5 brands, but we have so many data and report that can rely on because like it comes from like Grab, Lineman or Foodpanda. So right now our plan is like we want to create more volume, and also we right now we like before we do like aim to the volume, but now we focus on like high margin brands such as like Japanese food that can sell in higher price because like we have so many ingredients and we have like full function of kitchen. Yes, so we are doing like for the high margin by using data.
Hi, so hello, can you hear me? Yeah? All right. So I understand that a large part of your sales and your growth was actually spurred on by COVID, right? So seeing as now more and more people are looking to have an experience in restaurants as well as really eager to go back out into the world, do you think that will affect your strategy in the coming year as well? เป็นภาษาไทยก็ได้ค่ะก็คือ yeah would that be better or should we keep it yeah fine alright ก็เมื่อปีที่ผ่านมาใช่ไหมคะก็คือโควิดเนี่ยกระทบมากทำให้การส่งทาง delivery อะไรพวกนี้เนี่ยก็คือลูกค้าต้องการสั่ง delivery กันเยอะมันเป็นความจำเป็นแต่ทีเนี้ยในปีนี้หรือว่าถึงแม้ว่าจะมีโอมิครอนเข้ามาก็ตามบุคคลปกติจะต้องการที่จะออกไปทานที่ร้านอาหารมากขึ้นต้องการที่จะออกไปแบบจะพบปะคนไปเจอเพื่อนซึ่งอันนี้จะกระทบกับกลยุทธ์ของเราในปีหน้าไหมคะ
อันนี้อยากให้ผมตอบภาษาไทยภาษาอังกฤษครับ
ภาษาอังกฤษได้ก็ดีค่ะแต่ว่าก็
อังกฤษก็ได้ครับ
Okay
actually like COVID-19 okay it accelerate the foodery industry but most of us eat not I mean like most of us like we eat daily meal in home at home right for like for the restaurant outside restaurant maybe we eat it for occasion the food delivery is for like daily life you order it and
Okay, we in summarize we aim we believe that our target is very different from the restaurant because our target is something is about the people that living in the condominium or something like that. So I believe we believe that work from home and major global trends that we have changed our lifestyle is very so long period, and moreover that for us we have business strategy that focus on the daily meal over customer experience like the restaurant. So we guess that even if the COVID-19 trends will be decreased, but we will still have a profit and income from the daily meal that many people that have a lifestyle in house, something like that. We believe that today our market trend is very shift and can be back as before.
And we start before COVID-19, and we can survive during before COVID-19. Yeah.
So I've got a few questions. I just want to start with the delivery process. If I order from your cloud kitchen, do I order with you directly or do I order from Foodpanda or Grab?
We do it both. We have our own sales channel and we also, but mainly we do in like Grab, Lineman, Foodpanda.
So if I order from Grab, when the order gets to you, do you know it's coming from me, or you just get the order from Grab? In other words, do you know that Michael's ordering, or you don't have any idea who I am or where I live? I want to know what the level of data granularity is that you're getting. Because I think that's one of the big differentiators for a cloud kitchen. Right? So what I would like to see is vertical integration. Because if you vertically integrate and do your own delivery, even at a premium level, then you get my data. So I'm just asking, I'm curious if you thought about this. Because if I order with Grab, Grab gets a ton of data about me. They know my phone number, they know where I live, they know how often I order. But do you get that data as well?
Yeah, we have the data.
So you share that data?
Yeah. They
You know it's coming from me?
Yes.
You know it's coming from me?
Yes.
Okay.
We know it, and we collect it in the POS system.
So you get the data from me in the POS system, and then you give that to Grab, and then they deliver to me?
We know how many times you order or how much you order.
Got it.
Each order.
And how do you control the user experience at the delivery end? So when it comes to me, your brand gets a better service delivery than somebody else's brand?
Actually, we design the product like Kapao. We design it from the most successful, we R&D every Kapao that success, and we use point of priority and point difference to make the product of our brand. So when they enter our brand in food delivery platform, we are so different from others, and we have high degree of customization that they can select what they want in the dish. Also, we don't put in any MSG in every food.
Do you also optimize on the ordering side, meaning the ingredients that you order as well? So you take the data that you have on the operational side and optimize that too? So you don't have extra ingredients?
Yes, the customer can optimize their order.
Say it again?
The customer can customize their order.
Yeah, that's not what I mean. I mean from your suppliers. You're ordering meat, you're ordering vegetables, you're ordering sauce from somebody. Are you optimizing that order as well using data?
Yes, we know.
Okay. Thank you.
Any question?
So if I'm understanding this correctly, the core essence of the business and you guys is optimization. You're chief optimizers, right?
Yes.
Because that seems that you choose to do your own brands instead of allowing other people to join with their brands. Doesn't matter how many, let's say, followers they have, what kind of revenue they would bring, if it's not helping you to optimize your kitchen. So you're have you seen The Founder about the McDonald's? The person who started McDonald's, it was that was the core, optimization is key. So this is the new age McDonald's that you're trying to create for Thailand. Is it true? Using, digital platforms, using the delivery, aggregators and all of that. So how many brands do you envision that you would have in your kitchens in, let's say, far future? How does success look like for you?
We target to have 15 brands.
15?
Yes. For the next next year.
We plan to have more than 15 brands, but for the next year milestone is 15 brands and 10 branches over Bangkok.
Bangkok.
Yes. Right. First, we go in the major area. So in Bangkok, because right now we have the list of top 10 area in Thailand. So most of them are in Bangkok. And after that, we go further on the major city.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Time out.
Yep, so thank you very much, Team Kitchen the Series. And I would like to invite the next team on stage, the Rocket Pub. So. Please give you a round of applause to the Rocket Hub. Okay, so time begins when you start.
All right, here we go. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nwa, and this is Sam. We are from the Rocket Hub. Before we begin, I would like to ask all of you two questions. Have you ever ordered food online, whether on social media or food delivery platforms? If you have, please raise your hand for me. Thank you so much. The second question is, by ordering food online, have you ever experienced any problem like this? Like very expensive shipping fee, or you have to wait really long time because of the distance between your house and the restaurant? If you have, please raise your hand to me. Thank you so much. I think many of us have experienced problems like this. That's the reason why the Rocket Hub is here. Would it be better if you can receive your food faster with a cheaper shipping fee? We are here to help solve this problem. Not only for the customer, but we also here to help SME grow their chance in the digital world. Let's have a look at Tommy case study. Normally, when SMEs start their business, they usually start from home, just like Tommy. Tommy is a homemade ice cream brand, which located on Rama 2 Road. They launched their first product on social medias, and later on they started selling their product on food delivery platform. And actually they did pretty well because they received a lot of orders from all over Bangkok. However, they receive a lot of complaints from the customer who order the product on social media because the shipping fee are quite expensive because of the distance, and also they have to wait really long time. Some of the customers cancel their order during the order process because of the time and also the shipping fee. To solve this problem, Tommy sometimes have to absorb the shipping fee for the customer in order to push their sale. Actually, it's cost a lot of money and actually unnecessary outcomes. Joining food delivery platforms seem to solve this problem because food delivery platforms usually offer shipping free promotion to their user, which might be able to help Tommy push their sale. But actually, there is a service area limitation because food delivery platform can offer shipping free promotion to just customers who live nearby the shop location. So Tommy is located on Rama 2 Road. However, they couldn't sell their product all over Bangkok on food delivery platform anyway. And also, using different channels to sell the product is such a hard work and complicated thing. Imagine if you sell your product on 5 different channels, they are completely separated from each other. For example, if you receive your order from Food Panda, Line Man or Shopee Food, you have to open the app separately and manage the order separately. So it is very hard work and complicated. We have studied how restaurants usually manage the order from different channels and found that they have to use at least 8 tools to organize the system and provide the order to the customer, which can cause many human errors. And human error cause another problems in the futures.
So that's why the Rocket Hub is here to help, to get product closer to you guys, to yours, and also increase sales and growth for the business like SME and also reduce investment costs. By providing the centralized distribution hub to help SMEs stock their product to our hub, and then we help them shipping the product to nearest consumers, and then they can use our location and our resource to open crowd multi-brand store on each platform like Grab or Line Man to have more than one distribution spot, and also receive the order as the same on the social media. Moreover, we have the system that can provide the system to reduce operations step for SME as well, which is had many features, for example, like inventory management, so help them to manage stock and also have food waste control as well. They know that when the product nearly to be expired and how to manage it. And also financial features. So most of SME brand, they can sell a lot, but sometimes they lost a lot of profit because they don't know how they will invest. So we will have the financial system to support that. And finally, order hub will connect by the system and the data will transparent. Right now in Thailand, we found there's around 400K merchants that we hope that we can help as much as we can. Like these two brands. One of the brand is VT Nam Nương. They were struggling during the pandemic time. So they come to us to help to sell the product during the pandemic time. Why they need to stop some operations restaurant. So we help them increase sale up to 20% and also save for them to invest operate another hub, another restaurant around 200K per store. And another one is Tummy. Tummy is an ice cream brand. We help them to increase sale up to 30% and also reach them to new consumer in many areas. And recently, we just got the deal from the Kaki, which is a big brand, because we found that big brand like Kaki also have the same problem as SME. And also, this is kind of opportunity that we see how we can expand our business in the future. So in the future, we might reach out to Nestle or Tyson to serve them. You might wonder how our business model. So our business model, right now we take 10% GP from every brand orders, go out from our hub and also management free. And also in the future, if the system is finished and done, we will take subscription free and data. And you might wonder, building hub is so expensive. So actually it's not because our hub don't need high traffic. We focus on online only. So we can be utilized some unused space in the community like the second floor of the noodle store. Or maybe we can recruit new hub partner like local restaurant or local cafe where they have already resort and we will share revenue for them to be our hub. Right now we don't have direct competitors. We only have indirect competitors like 7-Eleven or Lotus, which most of them support only a big brand. So SME cannot have a chance to sell on that platform or on that store because they need to pay a lot of money to sell. And also most of them don't have the tool to help SME to grow. We won many awards from local level and international level as well. And for the tactics, for the tractions, we have seen significantly increasing in total brand partner over order value from the Q1 to Q3, around 3,000%. This generates from only one hub and also 20 brands. Imagine if we have more hub and more partners, how the number gonna be. In 1 year, we hope to have for 40 brands and have 6 million profit and grow 5 times in 5 years. And also, we hope that we can bring local products from other regions and also support local farmers as well to have more exposures in the market. And also, we would like to explore other categories like grocery store. So for going faster, we hope to have 4 million baht to invest in our business with 25% equity in exchange. And this is our team. We have the experience in e-commerce platforms and also digital marketing for many years. And every single money that you invest in our hub not only help us to go faster, but help SME to go as well, because SME, food SME is the business that they had been left behind especially during epidemic time. And also, if we help them now, we can help the economic in Thailand as well, because this food industry covers more than 50 industry hospitality GDP. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Rob. That was really, really speed. So questions from our judges.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I
think that I really understand the problem. I think that's pretty straightforward, and it's half of the job that you have is to, nail the problem correctly. But also, I'm very scared of the complexity of the problem. And your team is what, 5 people? Do you have more? Or what's the size of your team?
Yes, only we have 5 people for now, and also a consultant, because we just started the business, and we hope that we can come to the pitching to have more consultant and also investment to recruit more team as well.
Right. So my question would be around here, where you as a small team, you're tackling this problem from 2 angles. One angle is that you're providing software as a service. Am I correct? So that means that you're connecting the APIs from Grab, from Foodpanda, from Lineman, all of these complex delivery platforms, right, into one place, which is already complicated. I think, I believe that it's a lot to deal with legally, technically, and so on. And then you're running hubs. You're doing it yourselves.
Yes.
So taking, packing, redistributing, repackaging, reselling, resending everything all together. So which of these 2 is your business? Is it the software or is this the hubs?
Okay, so first of all, right now for the period for pilot, we have 1 hub at Samyan. So we hire only 1 part-time person who take care of their brand partners, which we already have 20 brand partners. And also there's some brand providing some device that we can receive the order for them as well. But we will charge them for the cost for more scope that they would like us to do. But for now, only 1 person can take care more than 20 hubs. So maybe reach up to 30 hubs. And also, if we have recruit more the hub, maybe we have to put 1 more person to take care each hub. And in the future, as I said that, we would like to recruit hub partner as well, like the restaurant that they already operate, right? And have the people, have staff, and have store, and then help generate income for them as well. So it means that we don't need to build our hub by ourselves in the future. And at the end, we also have the system. And we hope that system can help us as well to transparent the data to brand partner to check the stock inventory as well. Because right now they have to check by line to us or chat to us how much the inventory left. But right now we're building the system, and we hope in the future that we can connect the API to each platform as well.
I still think it's a little bit complicated, but I will let my colleagues questions too.
Hi. Hello. So my question is, food is something that usually has a very short shelf life. So when you imagine expanding to other hubs, as well as including even more number of brands, I imagine the operations, similar to what Cass is mentioning, that is going to be exponential in the amount of work that is going to be needed for this. So how's your strategy going to accommodate for the high complexity and each different type of food, like you mentioned, ice cream, frozen food, hot food, many types of food, all of these things are going to require different types of care as well as management. So how is this going to be managed from your perspective?
Okay, for now, we already accept only ready to eat food, which have at least 3 days expired date. And for the order food, I think we need to explore in the future now how we can manage. And also the features of the system that we will develop, we also have the functions. We try to put the function that can alert us when this stock comes and when each product will expire and how to take care to the system as well. So if we have the notifications, it means that it can help more in terms of operations. Do you have anything?
Yeah, and to keep the product in new hub, for example, we will have recommendation or the descriptions of each product for people who take care of the hub. They can choose whether they are capable of take care of the product, and also the brand will have the agreement to the people who take care of the hub and the hub that both of them have the agreement together and meet the criteria that the hub are capable of taking care of the product. And also I think for the further plan, if we have new hub, we will start with our bestseller product, because I think the bestseller product is easy to sell, so it shouldn't be a big problem with expiring date, and we will take care of all of the product very carefully. We have to check for the expiry date and everything strictly.
And also, we plan to have the team for seller incubation as well to teach them how to make the products well or how to ship the product, and also to teach our staff to make sure that product will deliver to end consumers properly.
I just have one more quick question in terms of your revenue model. So I heard you mention a 10% GP fee, but then when you partner with larger companies like Cargill, or if you're planning to do with Nestle, is that going to be kind of like a one-off deal? Is that what the plan was, or is it still the 10% GP?
Yeah, for the basic scope is 10% GPs and also management free, which is like space rental space free. So how much they would like to stock in our hub, we will calculate from that space free. And this is the basics that they need to receive. When they receive the order, they need to tell us directly. But if they want us to manage all the thing like talk to consumers, be a key account for them, we will charge more. But for now, we doesn't have any study case to charge them more because all of brand here like still receive the order by themselves. Only tell us to operate sending the product to consumers.
So, congratulations on your partnership with Cargill. I'm curious, you started off by focusing on SMEs, but it sounds like Cargill came along, and so are you thinking you might pivot your strategy to target more companies like Cargill and Nestle and Tyson's to maybe expedite your scaling?
Can you please repeat the question again?
Are you thinking you might pivot your strategy instead of just concentrating on SMEs to maybe go after bigger companies like Cargill or Nestle? Would that be a better strategy for you than SMEs?
We couldn't hear it very well. Yeah, sorry.
ก็ที่ผ่านมาใช่ไหมคะเน้นที่ SME เป็นหลักทีนี้พอมี partnership ร่วมกับ Cargill ปุ๊บเนี่ยคือเรากะที่จะเปลี่ยนกลยุทธ์ไปเน้นบริษัทที่ใหญ่ขึ้นหรือเปล่าหรือว่าเราก็ยังคงเดิมอยู่กับ SME หรือว่าแผนของเราเป็นยังไงบ้าง
Actually, our missions, we would like to focus SME because as I said, like the SMEs, food SME is the business that have been always left behind, and also the majority of orders come to delivery platform is 70% from SME. So we would like to support that to help Thai economic as well. But business need to make it more profit, and then we can say that we can make profit from the big brand to help small brand as well to grow together. And also we would like to build communities like food communities. When we have the communities, so they will have more power to negotiate even the big brand or even every platform.
Thank you. I just think that that's not enough money that you want to raise. 4 million baht to do all of this. I can't imagine how you can do this. It's so much work that you need to accomplish.
So for 4 million baht is what the investment that we need for 1 year to expand more hub because from 1 to 3 and include like 40 partners and this we hope that our revenues for the 40 brand partners will have around 9 to 12 million baht per year with only 14 orders per day per brand throughout every 3 hubs. Yes, so I think because of 40 brand partner doesn't need acquire a staff or person to take care of each hub because only one hub we need only like 1 or 2 person to manage.
I don't know. It still sounds very optimistic, but good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you, Rocket Hub. And the next team would be Scene. So welcome, Scene, onto the stage.
กลไกตรวจจับร่องรอยของความสามารถหรือ Skill Footprint.
Ready when you are.
Let me check the pointer first.
โดยจัดเก็บข้อมูลเชิงลึกของผู้สมัครไว้ใน Candidate Skill Insight Database คลังข้อมูลที่คุณและคนในทีมสามารถดึงไปใช้ได้ทันทีระบบของ Scene สร้างแบบทดสอบได้หลากหลายเพื่อ Customize ให้เหมาะกับการวัด Skills ได้ทุกประเภท การแสดงผลความสามารถในรูปแบบของ Ability Profile จะทำให้คุณเห็นได้ทันทีว่าผู้สมัครมีระดับความสามารถตรงตามที่องค์กรต้องการหรือไม่นอกจากนี้เรามีแบบทดสอบที่จะทำให้คุณรู้จักตัวตนของผู้สมัครได้ลึกกว่าแค่การสัมภาษณ์แบบทดสอบเชิงจิตวิทยาที่จะช่วยวัดความเหมาะสมของตัวตนผู้สมัครกับตำแหน่งงานและองค์กรของคุณได้อย่างแท้จริงซีนเพิ่มความแม่นยำด้วยระบบ Committee Review ให้คุณและทีมอื่นๆที่เป็นผู้เชี่ยวชาญในบริษัทสามารถตรวจประเมินและคัดเลือกผู้สมัครได้อย่างพร้อมเพรียงกันผู้สมัครทำแบบทดสอบองค์กรรีวิวผู้สมัครสัมภาษณ์และยืนยันผลการคัดเลือกได้ทันทีครบและจบได้ในที่เดียวประหยัดเวลาในการหาคนที่ใช่ได้อย่างมหาศาลหมดยุคแล้วกับการคัดเลือกคนแบบเดิมๆที่ทั้งเสียเวลาและโอกาสในการได้คนที่ใช่พลิกโฉมการ recruitment แนวใหม่ไปพร้อมๆกันกับเราและอีกหลายองค์กรที่เริ่มแล้ววันนี้ซีนจุดเริ่มต้นขององค์กรคุณที่จะพบคนที่แมทช์ได้ตั้งแต่ยังไม่ได้เจอหน้ากัน
So good afternoon everyone. I'm Metwin Pitiponiwat, CEO and co-founder of Scene from Base Playhouse. So for the past few years, the number of recruitment market has been skyrocketed, especially in the COVID-19 pandemics. Based on the biggest job board in Thailand right now, there are more than 10,000 job opening per month, and that is only in Thailand. That is only from one job board, the biggest one. Okay, and this rate tends to increase after the pandemic, COVID-19 as well. And do you know that not only that, for our recruiters or our one HR, to successfully hire one candidate, they need to review at least 100 applicants' resume. And that is the ratio of 1 to 100. Imagine the resource and imagine the workload that one recruiter had to spend to successfully hire only one candidate. And it doesn't stop there. Even they are successfully hire one candidate, there are more than 50% chance for that
และทีมอื่นๆที่เป็นผู้เชี่ยวชาญในบริษัทสามารถตรวจประเมินและคัดเลือกผู้สมัครได้อย่างพร้อมเพรียงกันผู้สมัครทำแบบทดสอบองค์กรรีวิวผู้สมัครสัมภาษณ์และยืนยันผลการคัดเลือกได้ทันทีครบและจบได้ในที่เดียวประหยัดเวลาในการหาคนที่ใช่ได้อย่างมหาศาลหมดยุคแล้วกับการคัดเลือกคนแบบเดิมๆที่ทั้งเสียเวลาและโอกาสในการได้คนที่ใช่พลิกโฉมการ recruitment แนวใหม่ไปพร้อมๆกันกับเราและอีกหลายองค์กรที่เริ่มแล้ววันนี้ซีนจุดเริ่มต้นขององค์กรคุณที่จะพบคนที่แมทช์ได้ตั้งแต่ยังไม่ได้เจอหน้ากันยินดีต้อนรับสู่ซีนแพลตฟอร์มในการวัดความสามารถและศักยภาพที่ซ่อนอยู่ของพนักงานมิติใหม่ของการคัดเลือกคนที่ใช่สำหรับองค์กรด้วยความแม่นยำและประหยัดเวลาได้มากกว่าที่เคยเพราะเราเชื่อว่าทุกความสามารถของมนุษย์สามารถวัดได้ปัญหาของการตามหาพนักงานที่แมทช์กับองค์กรได้จริงอยู่ที่กระบวนการคัดเลือกเพราะการสัมภาษณ์การอ่าน CV หรือเรซูเม่เพียงแค่1ฉบับไม่สามารถทำความรู้จักผู้สมัครได้อย่างครบทุกมิติไม่ใช่แค่นั้นการคัดเลือกพนักงานแบบเดิมๆมีความซับซ้อนใช้งบจำนวนมากแถมยังเสี่ยงที่จะได้คนที่ไม่ตรงกับความต้องการอย่างแท้จริงซีนจะลดปัญหาดังกล่าวด้วยระบบการคัดเลือกแบบ evidence-based evaluation วัดความสามารถด้วยหลักฐานที่มองเห็นได้จริงผ่านกระบวนการที่รวดเร็วและประหยัดต้นทุนขององค์กรซีนใช้แบบทดสอบหลากหลายรูปแบบและการสัมภาษณ์ที่มีกลไกตรวจจับร่องรอยของความสามารถหรือ skill footprint เพื่อสกัดออกมาให้คุณได้เห็นระดับความสามารถที่แท้จริงของผู้สมัครแต่ละคนโดยจัดเก็บข้อมูลเชิงลึกของผู้สมัครไว้ใน Candidate Skill Insight Database คลังข้อมูลที่คุณและคนในทีมสามารถดึงไปใช้ได้ทันทีระบบของซีนสร้างแบบทดสอบได้หลากหลายเพื่อ Customize ให้เหมาะกับการวัด Skills ได้ทุกประเภท การแสดงผลความสามารถในรูปแบบของ Ability Profile จะทำให้คุณเห็นได้ทันทีว่าผู้สมัครมีระดับความสามารถตรงตามที่องค์กรต้องการหรือไม่นอกจากนี้เรามีแบบทดสอบที่จะทำให้คุณรู้จักตัวตนของผู้สมัครได้ลึกกว่าแค่การสัมภาษณ์แบบทดสอบเชิงจิตวิทยาที่จะช่วยวัดความเหมาะสมของตัวตนผู้สมัครกับตำแหน่งงานและองค์กรของคุณได้อย่างแท้จริงซีนเพิ่มความแม่นยำด้วยระบบ Committee Review ให้คุณและทีมอื่นๆที่เป็นผู้เชี่ยวชาญในบริษัทสามารถตรวจประเมินและคัดเลือกผู้สมัครได้อย่างพร้อมเพรียงกันผู้สมัครทำแบบทดสอบองค์กรรีวิวผู้สมัครสัมภาษณ์และยืนยันผลการคัดเลือกได้ทันทีครบและจบได้ในที่เดียวประหยัดเวลาในการหาคนที่ใช่ได้อย่างมหาศาลหมดยุคแล้วกับการคัดเลือกคนแบบเดิมๆที่ทั้งเสียเวลาและโอกาสในการได้คนที่ใช่พลิกโฉมการ recruitment แนวใหม่ไปพร้อมๆกันกับเราและอีกหลายองค์กรที่เริ่มแล้ววันนี้ซีนจุดเริ่มต้นขององค์กรคุณที่จะพบคนที่แมทช์ได้ตั้งแต่ยังไม่ได้เจอหน้ากันยินดีต้อนรับสู่ซีนแพลตฟอร์มในการวัดความสามารถและศักยภาพที่ซ่อนอยู่ของพนักงานมิติใหม่ของการคัดเลือกคนที่ใช่สำหรับองค์กรด้วยความแม่นยำและประหยัดเวลาได้มากกว่าที่เคยเพราะเราเชื่อว่าทุกความสามารถของมนุษย์สามารถวัดได้ปัญหาของการตามหาพนักงานที่แมทช์กับองค์กรได้จริงอยู่ที่กระบวนการคัดเลือกเพราะการสัมภาษณ์การอ่าน CV หรือเรซูเม่เพียงแค่1ฉบับไม่สามารถทำความรู้จักผู้สมัครได้อย่างครบทุกมิติไม่ใช่แค่นั้นการคัดเลือกพนักงานแบบเดิมๆมีความซับซ้อนใช้งบจำนวนมากแถมยังเสี่ยงที่จะได้คนที่ไม่ตรงกับความต้องการแท้จริงซีนจะลดปัญหาดังกล่าวด้วยระบบการคัดเลือกแบบ evidence based evaluation วัดความสามารถด้วยหลักฐานที่มองเห็นได้จริงผ่านกระบวนการที่รวดเร็วและประหยัดต้นทุนขององค์กรซีนใช้แบบทดสอบหลากหลายรูปแบบและการสัมภาษณ์ที่มีกลไกตรวจจับร่องรอยของความสามารถหรือ skill footprint เพื่อสกัดออกมาให้คุณได้เห็นระดับความสามารถที่แท้จริงของผู้สมัครแต่ละคนโดยจัดเก็บข้อมูลเชิงลึกของผู้สมัครไว้ใน Candidate Skill Insight Database คลังข้อมูลที่คุณและคนในทีมสามารถดึงไปใช้ได้ทันทีระบบของซีนสร้างแบบทดสอบได้หลากหลายเพื่อ Customize ให้เหมาะกับการวัด Skills ได้ทุกประเภทการแสดงผลความสามารถในรูปแบบของ Ability Profile จะทำให้คุณเห็นได้ทันทีว่าผู้สมัครมีระดับความสามารถตรงตามที่องค์กรต้องการหรือไม่นอกจากนี้เรามีแบบทดสอบที่จะทำให้คุณรู้จักตัวตนของผู้สมัครได้ลึกกว่าแค่การสัมภาษณ์แบบทดสอบเชิงจิตวิทยาที่จะช่วยวัดความเหมาะสมของตัวตนผู้สมัครกับตำแหน่งงานและองค์กรของคุณได้อย่างแท้จริงซีนเพิ่มความแม่นยำด้วยระบบ Committee Review ให้คุณและทีมอื่นๆที่เป็นผู้เชี่ยวชาญในบริษัทสามารถตรวจประเมินและคัดเลือกผู้สมัครได้อย่างพร้อมเพรียงกันผู้สมัครทำแบบทดสอบองค์กรรีวิวผู้สมัครสัมภาษณ์และยืนยันผลการคัดเลือกได้ทันทีครบและจบได้ในที่เดียวประหยัดเวลาในการหาคนที่ใช่ได้อย่างมหาศาลหมดยุคแล้วกับการคัดเลือกคนแบบเดิมๆที่ทั้งเสียเวลาและโอกาสในการได้คนที่ใช่พลิกโฉมการ recruitment แนวใหม่ไปพร้อมๆกันกับเราและอีกหลายองค์กรที่เริ่มแล้ววันนี้ซีนจุดเริ่มต้นขององค์กรคุณที่จะพบคนที่แมทช์ได้ตั้งแต่ยังไม่ได้เจอหน้ากันยินดีต้อนรับสู่ซีนแพลตฟอร์มในการวัดความสามารถและศักยภาพที่ซ่อนอยู่ของพนักงานมิติใหม่ของการคัดเลือกคนที่ใช่สำหรับองค์กรด้วยความแม่นยำและประหยัดเวลาได้มากกว่าที่เคยเพราะเราเชื่อว่าทุกความสามารถของมนุษย์สามารถวัดได้ปัญหาของการตามหาพนักงานที่แมทช์กับองค์กรได้จริงอยู่ที่กระบวนการคัดเลือกเพราะการสัมภาษณ์การอ่าน CV หรือเรซูเม่เพียง
satisfied with the company and then quitting, or having the company hire a candidate and being dissatisfied with the hire and then firing that person? What's the bigger problem?
I think that it's two-way communications. I think the biggest problem that we're trying to solve here is the fitting of both sides.
Right, but my question is this, is it more likely for someone to quit the job after a few months or to get fired after a few months?
I think based on the statistics that we're talking to the HR, they actually quit, not
right,
firing.
So it almost seems like it would be interesting to me to flip it on its head, because what you're doing is you're having the company give a test to the candidate to test the candidate's fit. But it would be kind of neat if you could test the company's fit for the candidate, so when the candidate arrives, they're not likely to quit because they're already comfortable with the fact that they fit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Actually, that is a very good suggestion as well. So I think what, yeah.
Well, I was going to say, because up until now, every job board has been trying to optimize for a company hiring a candidate. And I think that in the job getting category, in the HR category, most candidates are concerned about a bunch of things. The first is this job really real? Are they just trying to test my skills to see what the market skill set looks like? Are they really trying to hire somebody? And phishing, right? So that the recruiter can then get more data. And it's completely one-sided.
Yeah.
I think it would be neat if you tried to flip it on its head and say, let's give leverage to the candidates, as opposed to keep trying to give more leverage to the companies, which hasn't succeeded until now.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Yeah, totally agree on that. Actually, that is one of the assumptions that we're trying to test as well. Well, when we first created Scene, we have two assumptions for the fitting of the candidate that is looking into the companies, and the companies are trying to test the candidate. What we found out is that the test that we customize for all the job description can actually give the simulation experience to the candidate as well. So the test can actually tell the candidates what kind of job that they're trying to come in and do. And they can actually validate themselves as well. But that is another side of the coin that is worth exploring, and we will take that as a suggestion. Thank you very much, Michael.
You're welcome. That's my only question.
Well, yeah, thank you for that. I actually was thinking similar to what Michael was just asking as well, but because like, how do you assess cultural fit? I think that's like, I understand how you do the skill part. I understand like most of what you were saying, but like cultural fit, could you maybe elaborate about that a bit?
Sure. What we are doing, I will not go into much details on the technical, but what we are doing is that we use the psychology principle. For example, the job value, the value inside one of the people, combining with the personality traits of each of the candidates, and then we create a set of questionnaires. That set questionnaires is a wide range that can tell the result whether how do they perform and what kind of working cultures that they want to fit in based on their value inside themselves. And then we do that as generic questionnaires, and then we have that to calibrate with the organization. So it's like a fitting implementation using the benchmark scoring from the organization and compare that benchmark with the candidates.
One last question, just I did not fully understand your business model. How do you charge? You charge per month based on how many applicants? Do companies send you their applicants, or do you find those applicants? I just didn't understand.
Okay, so let me divide it into two models. The first model is a subscription, which is paying in every one, for example, one headcount for a small size, one headcount for one job opening for 1 month. And that would include only the generic test, not the customizable one. So they can use every module that is generic test within the platform. For example, problem solving, leadership, public speaking skill and communication skill, which is totally generic test. And that is in the platform. They can just mix and match using that subscription model. The other part is the customization, that it depends on the big size of the project and how accurate that they want us to customize for them.
Wait, so say I have 100 applicants for one position.
Yep.
So do I pay for 100 or just for that one position?
So yeah. So for the small size package, we focus only for one position and limited the numbers and amount of candidates that can join the test.
They all can do the same test as long as I recruit one?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. I understand.
Yes ครับจากข้างหลังมีไหมครับอ๋อไม่ใช่อ๋อ
Thanks. I think you addressed the real point, the pain point of HR. We spend lots of time, on replacement. But I think the turnover percentage is now higher and higher. Do you have any evidence that from the service that you provide to all of those big corporates, is the turnover numbers coming down?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you correctly.
What's the result? The turnover rate.
The turnover rate of what? Of the companies?
After
using the...
Oh, okay. Yeah. The turnover rate after we implement the solution, right?
Yes.
So now we are collecting those data because we have implemented only 6 months. So what we're trying to do is that is why we call off the first batch of pilot is the corporate partners, because we want to test with them and also create a measuring system with them to make sure that the turnover rate is less as well. So now we are accumulating because we have only 3 or 4 projects launched in the past 6 months. We are waiting for the time to, for example, to complete the years, and then after that we can have that number.
So the first batch is 6 months ago. So
it's about 5 to 6 months because yeah, you're correct.
So for how long you think you need time to until you get the result of the turnover?
So normal turnover rate from the statistic is about 1 year to 1.5 years for one candidate to quit after they join the corporate. So that is our target. But we have been very optimistic of the result because we have getting feedbacks and talking to our customers as well about the results.
The past 6 months, is that any candidate that been recruited through the tools that you offer?
From what we are talking to our partners, there's no one that left the company yet. But I think that is because the time is too short to be specifically determine the results.
Another question though, what's the team, your team look like? Who is the full-time members in your team?
We are all the full-time members of the team.
2 of you?
No, we have like 5 to 6 people, which is full-time.
And who are they? What position they are?
According to what we are shown before, so we have developers, designers, marketings, and also marketings, and also learning designer, and also positive psychologists to make sure that we tap into the right and correct methodologies in terms of human learning behaviors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Thank you so much.
Yep, so thank you, team. And on to the next team, Team Priwa.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so honored to be here today. My name is Prao. I'm CEO and founder of Priwa. Priwa is a platform that everyone can turn your idea into sellable products with 3 easy steps: draw, upload, and sell. When I just graduated, I wanted to start my first business, my own business. What I did was selling my own branded t-shirts and bags. At that time, I know nothing at all about textile. So these are the steps I follow at that time to make my own bags and t-shirts for sale. Step 1, I hire a graphic designer to draw my logo and pattern. Step 2, fabric sourcing, mainly in Samping market where you can do the wholesale for fabric. Step 3, sourcing for a fabric printing factory. For this step, I have to go back step 2 and 3 many times because there is no existing factory that can print every kind of fabric in Thailand at least. Step 4, sewing factory, and last one is packing and delivering to customers. So all these 5 steps, it takes around 5 months for me to complete my orders. I end up having around 1,000 stock in my house, and I could only make 30% of the sales. So I call that a fail. After this, after I failed with my first business, so I start a new one. Instead of producing my own product in my own brand, I start making other people's product. My factory called Mipa Store. Our client range from individual SME to large corporate. After running this business more than a year, I found out that a lot of orders that order at least than 50 pieces per design tend to deny our quotation sheet. So I start making survey why denying our quotation sheet. So 48% of them said the cost is too high. Also, the cost is also related to minimum order. And the second problem is the service, which is packing and delivering to client. The third problem is the minimum order, and the least problem is the storage. So to make you to show you the comparison between the old-fashioned way of producing your own brand and the previous way is the old-fashioned way you require the inventory cost, minimum order, production time, stock, and your own selling channel. For previous way, no cost, no stock. We print on demand and deliver within 7 days, and you can sell that on priva.com. Sounds easy, right? So we want to become creators solution and anyone who wants to create your own shop in your own design. How? So step 1, register. Step 2, upload your design and place on the product you like to sell. Step 3, once you have all your product ready to sell, you're happy with all the product you choose, then you are ready for business. And you can check your sales and revenue at dashboard summary. All of this takes more than 10 minutes. So I took 5 months. So how can creator make money with priva.com? When creator upload design and place on the product on priva.com, they can sell it through their own channel, Facebook, IG, Shopee, or even priva.com. Once there is a buyer purchase your product, Priva will produce and deliver to clients within 7 days, and creators will receive 20% of the price they set. Priva is making money in 3 channels. Channel 1 is from creators' product to customers. Channel 2 is from business or corporate product to clients. And last one from franchisee who takes our product and resell it in their own shop. From market size, we aim to be 1% in total e-commerce apparel market in Thailand, which worth 26 billion baht. We aim at 1% in 2024, which worth 260 million baht. Comparing Priva with other similar platforms in Thailand, we are outperformed in product variety and platform technology. Right now, we offer more than 20 categories and 1,000 SKU for creators to create their own product on our website. Instead, other websites or other similar platforms offer no more than 3 categories and less than 100 SKU. Our unique selling point is Priva is the first and only one in Thailand who allows creators to place the whole pattern on the product. Like this, you can see in the picture. You can view this product 360 degrees. For now, we have officially launched for 3 months, and we have around 1,000 subscribers. These are testimonials that we get from creators and clients. For this, her mom is very happy that her daughter can sell her own bag, her own pillow in her own design. And this one creator is very happy with her bear on the bag that she can use her own design. Our milestone this year is to complete our UX UI to be the most friendly as we can. And I'm not trying to raise money this year. In the next year, we are trying to raise our sales and revenue to 500,000 baht per month. And I'm trying to raise money within the next 6 months to a year. These are our team. We have been working together for more than 5 years. And this is our CTO. He's experienced in creating application of Julika and Home Price. That's it for now. Thank you.
Do I understand this correctly? You're also building your own marketplace?
Yes.
So if I build a product, it goes up onto MIPA?
Priva.com, yes.
MIPA.com. And so you're trying to drive traffic there as opposed to driving traffic to other places?
Yes.
And you're also democratizing the creation of the products, yeah?
Yes. We are trying to drive our website also.
Right.
So we can drive every creator's product in there. And we drive separately each product because each product category has different customers.
And how did you create this technology platform? Did you do it from scratch or did you use the existing pieces like on WordPress or something like that?
You mean the platform or?
Yeah.
This website has been created more than 5 years.
From zero though?
From zero.
So do you use WordPress or you just started?
No, start from the beginning.
From blank,
No,
right?
no WordPress.
Yeah. And do you have relationships with the factories as well?
I have the factory.
You own a factory?
Yes, I own the factory. I've been running that for more than 10 years.
For more than 10 years. So now you have a factory, you have the designer, and you're building a marketplace.
Yes.
Okay. That's a great idea.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, good presentation, by the way. Would you say your main business is to sell a business opportunity to the creators or to sell products?
Can you repeat your question?
Would you say your main business is to sell a business opportunity to the creators or to sell the product?
To sell the products for creators also.
For creators or for users, like customers, consumers?
It's actually more customer will drive more creators, so I'm happy with more customers.
Okay, so your target is creators who actually help you to sell more products?
Yes.
Okay. I understand the problem, but also you run a factory. I guess you understand, I guess, well, you know better than anyone in this room how difficult it is to deal with minimum orders. And I'm just wondering, is there some sort of technology that you were able to implement that allows you to be so flexible and also affordable, as I understand? Or, well, you didn't really speak, about the prices of your clothing. Where do they stand compared to anything else that you would have able to, to find here in Bangkok? But it either sounds that it should be expensive for one unit to be printed with anything that you come up with, or you have maybe some unique technology that allows you to make it affordable. What is it?
Yes, with my experience with my first factory, the factory that I'm running, actually it's more like a wholesale. So the machine suit more like wholesale. But as time goes by, I have to produce samples to show clients instead of just picture or photos. So that's why I start importing new machines. And that allows me to do the one piece easier.
Right, yeah, because it seems that you've addressed the economy of scale issue from the other angle. So what is the price, let's say, comparing, like what's your biggest seller type of product? Is it a bag? Is it a t-shirt? What is it?
For this scarf, you can set your own price, start from 1,090 baht.
Oh, so the minimum price for it would be, let's say, 1,090, right?
Yes, for this scarf.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what are your margins on that if it's not a, like,
gross
how tight it is?
Gross profit is 50%.
Oh, so that's not bad.
20% to creators and 10% for marketing and 20% for also advertising and other things. So 50% gross profit for now.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a circular economy angle to this as well?
Is there
circular economy? So are you recycling materials?
Yes. We have some recycled item in our system also, but not all of them because that is too hard to do it.
For now, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's a good presentation. I think this platform, going to be very attractive. There's a lot of Thais trying to sell a lot of things on Instagram, Facebook, more than any other country. Look at the traffic here that people try to sell online. What you try to do is, would you be able to get your platform to connect the open marketplace for manufacturing, connect to you, rather than you just manufacture yourself? So let's say create a company, something that want to make something, right? You have the open platform where manufacturer have a certain kind of design, certain specialty. You can send it to them. Your platform also need to create something more like you can a creator, somebody want to design something, right? They rather choose different type of software design. If you develop software, people go use your software to design. I think that will make a very useful too, in a good flow, and you have good quality control of it.
I couldn't hear the last two sentences.
What I'm talking about is like if you have designed a design software for design clothes or bags, right? Is that what you try to do now? Or people use different type of third-party software and they design something and they send to you for manufacturing?
What I understand is right is we don't focus on the design software because that is quite make a heavy load on our website. So we design, what we focus on is creators get the design ready and put it on, upload it on our website. And what we try to do is to match the pattern with the design. Because this is the difficult part because some product, like the whole pattern that you require, because there is a folding and sewing part that you cannot, the pattern will go away that you cannot see when they fold and sew. That part we have to show exactly what is this product going to be after it is finished. This is what we focus on.
Yes, I know very complicated because a lot of manufacturing in Cambodia and Vietnam, but there's a lot of U.S. company brand that come to there. So there's a lot of manufacturing flow automation. So I think what you try to do, try to solve some problem is if you can open your platform to others, specialty like manufacturing, connect to your platform. So you have creators sent to you. You can see which type of design you can actually send to those and connect to your platform. I think that may make some good platform there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next team would be Team Renew Innovation. So welcome.
เลื่อนไปโอเคขอบคุณครับ ตรงนี้ใช่ไหมโอเค
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lanchakorn. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Renew Innovations. Today, I'm excited to share with you our innovative technology that will disrupt and reduce the use of plastic. Our solution, called Cellunate, is a patented biocoating solution that will replace the use of plastic coatings. With the high potential of Cellunate, we have got many prizes from business competition around the world. And this is where everything starts. As you know, plastic pollution is one of the world's greatest environmental issues, suffocating life underwater and harming our health. And now people are looking for solutions because of the high demand of recycled plastic. And one of the solutions is to use single packaging from paper. And we think that is sustainable. But what people don't know is that these barrier papers still coated with plastic, making them not biodegradable and non-recyclable. So our solution, Cellunate, can turn paper to plastic, but with recyclability. This is how it works. Once coated on the paper substrate, the nanoparticle will deeply penetrate into the microporous structure of paper, while the hydrophobic cellulose provide water resistance and strengthening of paper. Here you can see in the after coating that the fiber of paper are strongly bound together. What makes us unique is that we offer efficiency as we do not need the heating process to dry like the other process. We are eco-friendly as we use raw material from natural resources. We promote circular economy because we use raw material from agricultural waste. And our technology is patented with the full right to commercialize. Today, to comparable to plastic, the manufacturers, this is what they do. They add more layers or they use water-based or wax coating to match the plastic performance, but at most they provide water resistance. Epoxy resin or polyethylene coating seems to be the answer, but they are not biodegradable and non-recyclable. So with cellulose, we match plastic performance, but still we can be recyclable. From the test showed by third-party institute, they show that our solution can improve the moisture barrier of paper to match plastic performance. We can increase paper strength by at least 70%, and we can make paper waterproof. And in terms of recyclability, after coating with our solution, the repellability just reduced by 4%. And while we provide water resistance, we are still printable with 93% of reprintability. The total global barrier paper coating market is $13 billion, and within 5 years, our targeted revenue is $76 million. And our solution can also be used with other cellulose-based materials like wood or fabrics. And for the packaging market, we will enter based on the price. So we will start from the labels and food packaging with a high price, and then we enter the other segments of paper bags and corrugated box year by year after we reduce the cost. To reach our sale, we will sell through a direct marketing and PR activities, as well as to go for to become a member of the government agencies to create awareness and got more strategic partners, and also go for expos to get more customers. Now we are testing our product with several packaging manufacturers, including SCG Packaging. And in year 3, we will expand outside of Thailand through IP licensing, and this will allow us not to pay for capital expense. And now we are currently talking with big partners for a potential investment and partnership. As for our raw materials, they are sourced naturally from eggshells and seashells. And for the biopolymer now, we are developing our own in-house biopolymer to reduce the cost. And this will help us reduce costs 4 times within 5 years. And we already kicked off this project under the TED Fund. And for the expansion out of country, we will target the country where there is the high demand for the paper packaging, starting with China, which is 30% of the market share, and then to India, Indonesia, and Japan, which is the second largest plastic waste producer of the world. Our team is led by me, Dr. Lanchakon, and the CEO. We are responsible for R&D and production. And on business side, we have Kavisra, Pinapa, and Shotiros for marketing, financial, and business development. We are also advised by experts in the field of paper packaging, business development, and marketing. For our projected revenue, in the first 2 years, we focus in the Thai market. And in year 3, we expand outside country with the IP licensing, and this will help us increase the revenue rapidly. We are looking to raise for $770K with the offer of equity and 1 seat of board of director. And most of them we will use for the scaling up of the biopolymer production to reduce costs, and the other things we will use for marketing, business development, and sale. Renew is an award-winning startup. We offering a game-changing biocoating technology that will reduce the use of plastic. for a better quality of life. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Just a quick question. Okay, so what is the cost for cellulose, would you say, like cost of production?
For the cost of the price, now we offering the price to the packaging manufacturers, and it's still 4 times higher than what they are buying the plastic for coating. So, but from the plan, if we can reduce the cost of raw material, we can reduce the price to close to what they use nowadays. So it's for like 1 square meter of paper, craft paper, is around 14 baht per square meter. But now they are buying like 4 baht for plastic to coat on this 1 square meter.
So currently you're focusing mostly on covering paper, right? Mostly like the cellulose is going to cover paper mostly.
Yes.
Right? And so I'm just curious, like would this be able to be used for, you mentioned fabric, as well as other materials that the cellulose can cover? Does that have that flexibility too?
Cellulose can be used for all cellulose-based materials, like the one that made from natural fibers. So it can also be used with wood or fabrics as well, but that's another market.
I see. So just currently focusing just on paper.
Yeah, and actually, in the beginning, we focus on the niche market of paper coating. We sell this for libraries. So they use our solution to coat the rare books and archives. And we already generate revenue from this market, the niche one, but now we are trying to make more impact. So we are focusing on packaging industry now.
So if I understand correctly, your product costs 4 times more than the current solution.
Yes, so more than plastic that
so what's been the reaction of customers to the cost increase?
Yeah, they say that's way too high still, but they said that, yeah, but it's eco-friendly. Maybe if you can reduce just from 16 baht per square meter to 7 or 8 baht, they maybe consider to make their brand looks good for the eco-friendliness.
But I saw you're trying to lower the cost, but do you think it's going to take you a few years to lower the cost, or can you do it any sooner?
It will take like 5 years to reduce the cost from the scaling up of the raw material production.
So is there any market where you actually are reducing the cost, or in all the markets, whether it's clothing?
Yes, we can enter the niche, the kind of premium market first, like labels and food packaging. In that case, maybe the volume is not so large, but still, yeah, for the price, I think we can enter in that market first, along the way to the mass one, like paper bags or corrugated box, something like that.
So why not do that?
What?
Why not do that instead?
Yeah.
I mean, why are you not focusing on that instead?
In the beginning, yes, we will focus on food packaging first. And in this case, after 2 years, I think we can enter the market with this price like 10 baht per square meter, something like that.
Right, but how realistic is that, like, you will reduce those costs? Because, like, now, as I think that this is the biggest problem so far from, let's say, the industry perspective, is that you need to drop it at least 2-3 times from the current price. Do you think that it's a theory, or do you think that you'll get there? Like, how confident you are that you'll get to that pricing? Because it's eggshells, the ingredients that you need, like the components that you need, are not as cheap as probably oil these days.
Now for the eggshell part is not the main ingredient. The most difficult one is the biopolymer that we use. And that one now we are importing from Germany, which is very expensive, and they produce from wood pulp. But for the plan for us that we would like to reduce cost and don't buy from them anymore. So we will produce by our own by using raw material from agricultural waste of Thailand, which, for example, sugarcane bagasse or pineapple pulp. And myself as a chemist, in technical point of view, I think it's possible to reduce the cost by using a knowledge in chemistry to to fine-tune and optimization of the process, something like that.
Right. And your business model is licensing or selling and manufacturing?
We actually, for long term, we would like to do licensing of the IP, but during this short term, we can do a B2B. We can sell our coating solution to the manufacturers to use, because nowadays they buy this from the chemical companies. So yeah, it depends. If they're big players, they want to license our IP, yeah, that's cool.
So that means that if there's a big player out there who can figure out how to get raw material cheaper and to apply your IP to actually build, the product, that means that they might be able to figure it out. So maybe that's somebody that you need to be looking for.
Yeah, that's a risk, and yeah, we have to cut that risk by investing in our patent and IP protection. Yeah, that's what we really focus on. For example, when we talk with SCG packaging, they are really big, so we have to be careful in every step, like NDA, non-disclosure agreement, and we already have patent before we go to them, so they cannot do a reverse engineer with our solution that they test, something like that.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you to New Innovation. The next team would be Petini. So welcome to the stage. Yep, so 9 minutes. Ready when you are.
Hello everyone, I'm Far, COO from Petini, startup company that needed to create the innovation for make pet life better in Asia. So, is anyone here have a pet? Wow, thank you. I'm also the one that have a cat. He is named Happy. So I live with him for like 3 years now. And one day, Happy has something abnormal to them. You will see that they have lost hair, but he is not a cat spring or something. So I bring him to the hospital, and the doctor told me that they will give the skin test, but they will answer me what Happy be for next 2 weeks. So I bring Happy back to the home with me and sitting with him, worry about how to do with this after I don't know anything. So I'm looking for the reason why Happy be like this on the Google, and I found that no one mentioned about this. So I see the consulting vet online called Petini. Yeah, I decided to use it. The journey is I'm use it through the line, and then I purchasing, I get the coupon, and then video call with the veterinarian. So the point is, I am worried about Happy. I don't know how to do with it. I don't have any information or education to deal with Happy symptom. But I'm not the one to face with this problem. When I go to the hospital, I talk to one woman. She bring a dog with her, and then her dog eye is popped out by fighting with another dog. So doctor said that the dog is already bitten because golden hour to healing the eyes is for 4 hours, and the distance that she traveling here is used for 6 hours. Is this better if she know how to do 1, 2, 3 step 2 emergency rescue the eyes dog? Maybe today the dogs can available to see the world. And for the past 2 years, we have talked to our customer, more than 3,000 people. So we found that they all have the same problem, that don't know how to deal with their pet when they get sick, or don't know how to treat their pets as well. And 30% of the customer to our hospital to be our partner, they have the problem about the distance is too far from the home to get pet to the hospital. And about the 96% said that this is a really big problem and really worry about this. So this is for pet owner side, but in the other side is for vet side. They are also worried about this because vet needed to treat our client the best and help the animal. So how to fix this? They have to open the clinic. It just have very high cost and it's so not worth it. And so it is easy if the vet don't have to open their own clinic, but use our platform like online clinic and can provide a service everywhere. So this is the reason why we are here today, because we need to provide it the best way for pet owner and vets. So this is our product. We mainly product now we have televet or telemedical for pet. Telemedical is that, like I said, we have video call and chat. And for the past 5 months, we launched televet to use through Line application, and we have traction for more than 5,000 users. So our customer, more than 92% satisfied for our service because they say thank you for us more than 3 times. And yes, in 2021, we launched televet through the Line application, but in next year, we will launch full function on our application that will including many features like booking or for the appointment. And you will wondering where is how the vet can provide a service. So we have the CRM app for pet. This is a web app that veterinarian can sign up to our web app and then can booking for the time and choose the customer that time available that they can service. It's like that it's a pain point for vet because we have talked to many clinics, and in reality, vet work more than 10 hours per day and 7 days per week. And yeah, it is better if we can make veterinarian can work everywhere. Maybe they sit on the beach or traveling. So now we have partnered more than 40 places in Thailand, and we already started to be partner with Khon Kaen University Pet Hospital. This is our revenue now. Mainly we get the revenue from televet. It's just 179 baht. You can video call with the vet 74 hours if your pet have emergency case or something want to talk and have suggestion with vet. And as I said, for the 5,000 users, we have vet in our platform just 3%. But in next years, we will have the vet in our platform 3% per day, and we will have traction for 100,000 users. So the revenue that we expect for next year is 9 million baht. 9 million baht, yes. And as we know that COVID-19 is the very serious that people, COVID-19 make the market of pet growth for 40%. And I think this is the time for raising and building something because this is the time for pet. And I think it can grow very well. So next year we needed to raise fund for 3.4 million to improve our technology and also do marketing and research to improve our products. And it is not just televet that I said, and next year we will have more than televet that you will see. So this is our team rebuilding with the vet and agriculture and developing. This is the face of pets part. It's got pets part ID. So if you have pet, you can sign up and get the information of pet, the appointment day, and the history tracking. So if you have a pet, you can scan this and like have your own pet ID and use everywhere that be our Petsini partner. And today is exclusive. If you scan this and key the KX Petsini, you will have the free consulting with pet for 1 day. Thank you so much.
Okay, here. Thank you so much. I just wanted to clarify, so are you in charge of deciding how much I would pay for like a vet service? So that means that you're dictating the prices, right?
Okay, about the website, right? Actually,
yeah, 179 per 20 minutes consultation with a vet. That means that it's not that you're taking a percentage of what would a vet charge. You're just setting the price.
Oh,
correct?
Okay. We have tried many like MVP to test like how much customer will pay for us and how much is worth for vet who answer the question for customer. Now we absolutely like the final price is 179, and actually in one case we spend 20 hours to video call with a customer, and Petini gets 70% and vet get 30%. It means 179. Petini get 100 and a vet gets 79 a case.
Right, but my concern here is why I wanted to ask this question first was one vet is not equal to another vet. So let's say if I want to consult with a professional vet that might know about the specific skin disease that my dog has, and I have a big dog, that type of dog, and the skin disease is very specific. So do I know what kind of vet is going to be connected for that 179? Do I choose myself? Do I know the references? Usually you would kind of look for recommendations when you're looking for a vet.
Okay. This is a good question. That service we are service now is just about consulting. It's not about diagnosis. We help the people. We help customer to get how the disease is, how to do 1, 2, 3. But if you requirement for the specialist, we have 6 clinics that have skin disease specialist, kidney disease, hepatic disease, and we can appointment in this application, and you can also video call with a vet with our partner too.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. It's a 2-part question. You want to develop your own platform and app, correct? And so once you do that, you have to get people to adapt to your platform. Right now, you're doing the consultation online. So my question is, what role do you see Line playing in the future in relation to your app?
Oh, you asked like why we use Line and why we move to Line to web app, right?
Well, I'm thinking most people are going to be using Line, so it might be easier to get people to continue consultation online, no?
Okay. In the first step, Line OA is the most application that customer in Thailand they use in daily life. But we service over 5,000 customers that we got a problem that Line cannot close because of how to tracking the customer is too difficult. And actually 5,000 customers mean some error in our Line. So we need to move to web application to service more, like more vet, more customer to grow.
Hello. Hi, I have a question. So the first question is, the vets that are on your platform, are they full-time, focusing only on Petini?
Actually, we have 3 vets full-time on Petini, but now we open web application to make a freelance vet that in around Thailand can service our customer too.
Okay, so then that's actually linked to my next question. So you also have freelance vets as well. So how do you vet? How do you vet the vets?
Okay, I think I got your question is if service is freedom for a vet, actually I need to do the work in hospital, but now if I service in Petini, I can go to the sea, to traveling while I answer my customer. Is it and when we first move, vet tell another vet and tell another. That's it, our step of freelance.
Okay, so maybe I'll clarify my question. So maybe in Thai, ก็เภสัชเนี่ยคือหรือว่าหมอที่เข้ามาดูพวกน้องหมาอะไรพวกนี้เนี่ยคือเราผ่านกระบวนการตรวจสอบยังไงบ้างไหมคะ
ครับก็จริงๆครับเวทที่มาให้บริการเนี่ยจะต้องมีไลเซนส์แต่ว่าสิ่งสำคัญเลยแม้ว่าจะมีไลเซนส์ครับการเซอร์วิสให้ลูกค้าเนี่ยประทับใจหรือขอบคุณเรามากกว่า3ครั้งเนี่ยเป็นสิ่งที่ยากและเวทที่นี่ครับเราใช้เวลามากกว่า1ปีในการพัฒนา Standard Operation Procedure ครับเป็นคีย์เวิร์ดเทคโนโลยีของเราที่ทำให้หมอเนี่ยสามารถคุยกับลูกค้าแล้วลูกค้ารู้สึกดีแล้วก็แฮปปี้ที่สุดเราจะมีไกด์เหมือนไกด์ไลน์เป็นไกด์บุ๊กครับให้กับหมอที่เข้ามาให้บริการเพื่อให้บริการได้ง่ายมากขึ้นครับ
อาจจะลองสรุปเป็นภาษาอังกฤษให้จัดท่านอื่นด้วย
Okay, so we build a standard operation procedure that a guideline for freelance vet can service our customer easier. Like actually, it's hard is customer relationship management, but we build this technology from our 5,000 customer, and now 92% satisfy our service.
ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
If we're just talking about Thailand, what percentage of families or households in Thailand have a pet? Overall, not just in Bangkok, yeah?
The question is like, we plan to grow to other or not?
No. In Thailand, what percentage of households have a pet?
Now in Thailand we have 15,000, not 15 million, 15 million dog and cat.
15 million?
Yeah.
Okay.
And our population is 70
million.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Time's up, unfortunately.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite the last team, Team Otto, onto the stage.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here. My name is Hello. Good morning, everyone. Hello. Hello, test, low. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here. My name is Shwin, and I'm a co-founder of Auto. Our product aims to make legal music licensing convenient, simple, and beneficial for all parties involved. Let me first start with a question. How many % of restaurants in Thailand do you think purchase legal music to play in their restaurants? 10%? 15%? 50%? 60%? Actually, The answer is only 5% of all restaurants in this country purchase a legal music license in order to play a song in their stores. And that translates to over 900 million baht in fees left uncollected annually by record labels. But why don't businesses purchase license? Because, well, most of them do not even realize that they need to in fact purchase a license to use music commercially. And even those who do, buying a legal license now is complicated and inconvenient. As you can see here, they'll need to purchase a legal paper sticker like this to put in front of their stores. Suppose Mr. Owen here would like to open a jazz bar. Since there's no centralized organization, Mr. Owen will need to phone over 40 licensing agencies and get a physical license sticker. The current system leads to rampant fraud and corruption. As we can see here on the news, there are news about fake agents, fake stickers, redundant collection from the same shop, and many restaurant owners end up getting sued by the record labels. Definitely not a great thing. The solution to all of this, our product, Auto Platform. We aim to have a complete ecosystem for commercial music licensing here in Thailand. Our ecosystem consists of two main parts, licensing and crowdsourcing of data. Let's first deep dive into licensing first. This is a B2B part of our business, which we aim at record labels, independent artists, and restaurants and shops. It all starts when record labels and artists gave us Auto the right to buy and sell license. Afterward, restaurants can simply purchase a digital license, whether it be monthly or annually, through our app. Basically, they can buy license cheaply and easily. But even if we have the licensing part of things, it will not be enough. After our lengthy conversation with record labels, we found that they need data. They need data in order to know which restaurant have purchased a license or not, if that restaurant have purchased the correct license or not, and which songs are getting played in order to pay the licensing fee to the correct artist that's actually popular. So we need to have the user help us. Basically, an individual user such as artist fan clubs can use Auto in a similar fashion to Shazam or SoundHound in order to detect which song it's currently playing. Behind the scenes, our system receives information about the song that's playing and the location that that song is being played at. This way, we can generate an accurate usage report to pay artists fairly. Why we choose to pursue this market? Because our conversation found that only 500 million baht out of 1.4 billion baht in market size is being able to collect by record labels now. There's over 900 million baht in fees left uncollected annually. If we can collect the entirety of them, we can be expect to make over 900 million baht in annual profit. The market is definitely huge. Our business model is quite simple. Basically, when restaurants and shops buy a license through us, we take a 30% commission fee, and then we send the rest 70% to artists or record labels. That way, restaurants and businesses pay less than they currently do, and the artists also get paid 15% more. It's a win-win situation here. Our target customer from the B2B segment will first start with restaurants who are uninformed that they need to buy license, but they are not against buying one in particular. And restaurants that also inform that they need to buy license, but they just want more convenience. For the user side of things, we expect to have some artist fan club help us crowdsource data, and also those who seek rewards such as coins or discount that we will partner with record labels to give them to the user. We found that the market is definitely large, since 95% of restaurants have yet to purchase a license. And our survey found that there could be over 6.5 million potential individual users who can help us crowdsource data. Well, our business survey also found that 60% of restaurants and other business that we talk to are more than willing to purchase a license through our application, as long as it is convenient, affordable, and reduce their legal risk. We also survey users. Overwhelmingly, 70% of them have very positive attitude toward our application and agree that restaurants should pay for music royalties to the rightful copyright owner. Our main competitive advantages are in three main points. Firstly, we are the first mover to this market, which we can provide the complete end-to-end solution for commercial music licensing for restaurants and shops. We also have a partnership with the largest owner of international music rights in Thailand, which is MCT. It owns over 95% of all international music in Thailand. We are also a very technology and innovation-driven team. This is in contrast to the current licensing agencies, which are majority, they are very traditional. In our competitor map here, we can see that our closest competitors are MPC and Phonorights. They also sell a lot of license in big bundles to restaurants, but they do so through pen and paper and hardware mostly, not through an app. Our marketing plan will first start with directly contacting restaurants and cafe owners about our products and service nicely, obviously. And then we can also ask them to invite other restaurants and cafe to Odo platform in an exchange for a discount. Then we will partner with an existing point of sale or POS system and other restaurant supplier. That way, restaurants will pay our fee on top of the current supplier that they already paying. For the scaling up opportunity, we will first start with the B2B licensing part of our ecosystem first, in order to have a steady income stream. We will first start with partnering with a POS system. We have already talked to Food Story, which is the partner of Wong Nai, one of the largest food platforms here in Thailand. If we embed Auto into POS system, restaurant owner can simply pay for our licensing fee on top of the current POS system fee that they are already paying monthly or annually. And that way, we can easily cover 50 to 70% of our restaurants in Thailand. After we have steady income stream from the B2B side of things, we will certainly expand to have a complete ecosystem with both B2B and the user crowdsourcing data, like we envision. Afterward, we will have enough data to be a data provider, and then we will aim to have a music that is available to play on our platform. So we will not just sell license anymore, but people can play music directly through our app, think music streaming platforms. And we certainly hope that we can expand to other developing countries in this ASEAN region soon. We are looking for around 1.5 million baht in order to successfully launch minimum viable products to real customers within 1 year. Majority of that fund will go into software development, with a small amount goes into sales and marketing and other operating expenses, such as applicable legal fees. We have very attractive financial prospect. After we take away 70% that we give to record labels, from the 30% commission fee, we expect to have over 75.7% in profit margin. This is due to very low overhead and operating costs. We expect that we can attain around 3% of the market here in Thailand with our MVP, and that translates to over 8,000 locations at an average annual commission fee per location of 50,000 Thai baht. Our team consists of many people with a lot of fields of expertise, and we surely hope that we can make Auto a reality, because we want to see licensing simplified and beneficial for all. Thank you very much.
Hello? Yep. So I kind of like I understand the problem that you identified, but my question there would be how you're going to enforce it. Like I think that the problem there's 900 million baht uncollected. Who's going to collect it? Like even if you simplify it, doesn't mean that people would be, oh, now it's easier for me to pay for something that I've never paid before.
Basically, that is a major problem for the current implementation of licensing fee collection. So what we aim to differ from the current system is, apart from being more convenient and being cheaper, we have the user side of our ecosystem to help us crowdsource data. That way, we can detect which location is not paying for music license, and then our sales team can go out and try to pitch and sell our product and service to restaurants that
So you would basically come like gangsters used to come, saying that, like, you know, I know that you haven't been paying for this, like, would you like to get, you know, our services? But again, how does users help with that? Like, so you mean users would have your app that works like Shazam?
Yes.
That listens to things?
Yes. So the user will have an app that works basically like Shazam or SoundHound to detect music. And then we work behind the scene to detect the kind of music and the location of the
But
detection.
what is it for the user to have that app? Like, what's in it for me? So let's say I'm the user, I go to a bar, you detect from my phone that this bar isn't paying for Rihanna.
Yeah, so the benefit one that we envision is that some people, especially artist fan clubs, want to protect their artists. They want their artists to get paid more. And the other group is that we have rewards in our application. So we envision that we can partner with record labels to give some discount or run some campaign, like for example, album or concert ticket giveaway. So that will entice more users to download our application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So can you hear me? You can. So are you suggesting you're going to create a competitor to Spotify for streaming music as well?
So that is in a very long time horizon. After we have steady business,
It's not a bad idea. I'm just curious. I want to make sure that I understood what you said. So you are going to have a streaming service for music, right?
Yes.
Okay. The next question is, how many locations in Thailand alone do you think are there that don't license music? I know you said it. I just don't remember.
Around at least 8,100.
8,100. Huh. Okay. And that's all over the country, yeah?
No, that's what we think. That's what we believe we can attain.
That's what you believe you can
in the first few years.
Okay.
That's more than that in the
and
entire
just
country.
the licensing fee alone, what are the other business models? Like, what are the other creative ways you think you can make money once you have this platform?
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah,
I'm
sorry. What are the other business models you think you can create? Let's say you get 8,000 locations on the platform. What other ways do you think you can use their existence on the platform to make money for you or for them?
Well, we aim to, when we plan to sell data. For example, restaurants want to know that if this music that's playing satisfy the kind of customer. For example, a coffee shop or a bar will want to play different kind of music. And we will be able to provide that kind of data analytics to the restaurants as well.
And do any of these locations have live music?
Yes.
So would you consider building maybe a booking mechanism for them for live music?
Yes.
Because one of the other problems in the live music space is that bands go and don't get paid, right? Or don't get paid enough. So if you have them on the platform, then you can create an entire booking system for them and a payment system.
Yes.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
As well.
Yes.
I don't think this is a bad idea, but I think there are multiple ways that you can make money if you can actually achieve. The licensing is like a Trojan horse into the locations. And once you get in, there should be plenty of ways you can make money, I think, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a question. So what do you think is stopping the current, let's say, like Grammy or such, in doing what you're doing right now? Creating an application to make it easier to license their music.
So there are a lot of reasons. Mainly because the current system is have a lot of parties involved. For example, if that restaurant want to play a music, they do not want to be limited by playing only Grammy music. So for a Grammy to come up with a platform like this, RS wouldn't want to cooperate. So it's better for a newly founded neutral company to play in this space. Secondly, they do not have any kind of user crowdsourcing data side of things. They basically hire human agents to go around the country and sit and listen to music in most restaurants that they can. And that's very costly and a very inefficient way to solve this problem. So we have a more complete ecosystem.
So I'm curious, you need the platform, but is there a way, because you did a lot of research, you talked to a lot of restaurants and users, is there a way to actually test your concept, like doing some licensing and seeing what percentage of restaurants and bars actually do your licensing without the platform initially? Is that possible?
Yeah, so at the first, we will partner with a POS system provider. So the restaurant can, like currently they will have to pay a monthly or annual fee to use the software, POS software, right? And we can partner with a POS system to be some cheap add-on to that
monthly fee restaurants are already paying. So we do not need a platform at all. Restaurants can pay easily.
Will you pay a licensing, not a licensing fee, but will you pay a fee, a distribution fee to the POS?
Yes.
You will. Huh. Why do you call the platform Otto?
Well, basically, I went on Google Translate and I tried to translate the word sound into various different languages that sound the best.
Got it. So you settled on Japanese.
That is Japanese.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
And more than that, you can see that O, T, and O is like one together with another one to make a very effective community in licensing platform. Thank you.
I like it.
Excuse me. I have a question. You mentioned that there's 40 agents for people to actually ask for a license. How can you identify which one has? Sorry. But my question is easy. How can you identify which one is the real copyright owner of the song? You mentioned that there's 40 of them. I understand that one of the pain point for restaurants who want to buy legitimate music is that sometimes they bought a license and then there's someone else come in and say that, hey, that's not the right copyright owner. I'm the right copyright owner. How can you fix that problem if that's happened?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Let's just say I'm a restaurant. I bought a license from you. You said that you got the license from the copyright owner, but someone else comes in and said that I am the true copyright owner. How can you gonna solve that dispute, and how can you confirm that you have the legitimate right from the real right owner?
Well, because we a digital license provider, and that way our license cannot be forged. The main concern that lead from the current system, like you have mentioned, a lot of them stem from fake agents that pretend to be from record labels and collect money from restaurants. Then a real agent comes in, but then the restaurant refuses to pay because the restaurant already paid the fake agent. So I think from using a digital license, it's not possible to be forged, and this problem can be reduced.
I have a more technical problem. Bear with me. So let's say for music, for copyright owner in music, there's a lot of right owner involved. There's a composer, there's singers. So they might have a separate right owners involved. So what happens if that rights are conflict? Let's say I'm a composer and I also want to collect my own license.
So we partner with record labels such as MCT, and it is MCT's responsibility to split the money correctly.
Okay. So your main target for the source is from MCT, right? You're looking at the international record labels, not the Thai record labels at the moment.
We will look at Thai record label for after, but the first one that we talked to and they liked to have a partnership is MCT.
Okay.
But they won't be the only one, hopefully.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So, yep. Thank you. That was Team Otto. A lot of members in this team. And so that was the last team for our startups, and then to give some time for our judges to add up their scores, we have a VIP room ready for them so they can get together and discuss. We can follow our staffs to the VIP room for the judge. And while we wait in this room, I would like to invite Achan Kamonsin Chaturapon from School of Architecture and Design, King Mongkut University of Technology, Thonburi, to come up on stage and present a new program, undergraduate program called MIDI. So welcome.
ขอบคุณนะครับครับสวัสดีครับทุกคน Thank you for the opportunity to promote our brand new program นะครับ from KMUTT นะครับ The program is called MIDI. So if you speak with the Thai accent, will be MIDI นะครับ MIDI actually Did I do that? Or MIDI stands for Multiple Intelligences for Design Integration นะครับ โอเคครับขอบคุณนะครับ so we are looking for students who have passion about business นะครับแล้วก็ entrepreneurship excites you you love challenge and want to make a world a better place and then MIDI is your home นะครับ so I'll tell you a quick story, right? So MIDI actually started from a School of Architecture at KMUTT, but MIDI is not a design school,นะครับ but MIDI is a place where you can apply creativity and innovation to create your business,นะครับ so unlike traditional programs, right? So you study for 4 years, by the time you graduate, right? You have a degree, but with MIDI you become an entrepreneur with a business. And of course, a degree, นะครับ so these are our pool of mentors, นะครับ so we have team from the design school, FIBO, which is Field Robotic, right? Field Institute of Robotic, and then we have GMI, นะครับ which is the graduate school, it's a management program, นะครับ and along with KX, right? The team of Matas, CAS, and so on and so forth, นะครับ plus with the industry experts, นะครับ so this becomes a pool of available mentors, ครับ so a little bit about SOD, นะครับ like I've said before, it's the School of Architecture and Design, นะครับ แล้วก็ GMI is the Graduate School of Management and Innovation, FIBO Institute of Field Robotics, นะครับ like KX TECHBITE team, as I mentioned, and you can see the pictures here. Many of you guys are familiar with them, I think. Again, we are interested in combining design, business, and technology together. And with that in mind, we also have social and environmental concern as well. So just a quick example of Airbnb, right? We think Airbnb is a perfect example of this perfect combination of design, business, and technology. นะครับ we'll actually put a few slides here just to give the students, the high school students, some ideas of what they might be doing at MIDI. Here is an example of a company in Berlin called Cafe Form. นะครับ so they use grounded coffee and turn them into beautiful cups and mugs. Or Mr. Abi Ramesh from Misfits Market, right? He turns ugly fruits and vegetables into $2 billion business. Or Mr. Oscar Mendez from Colombia, which turn recycled plastics into construction material. So you would build a building like you would put together a Lego set. Yeah, people ask, like, could you do mooping at MIDI? Sure. I mean, as long as it's a lab-grown meat, right? So there's some technology to it. And just we throw this in just because this is one thing we don't want our students to do, something like e-cigarette. Okay. So again, to recap, so the student would enter MIDI from the first term and launch a business in the last term in 4 years. นะครับ so we have two ways of learning, right? So on the left we have this thing called mediation, which is the real project, right? And then we have learning modules on the right, and these are just like the processes involved in the mediation process. And MIDI is very flexible in a way that you can see that depending on the team members, the type of projects that they involve, they can actually graduate within less than 4 years. And to the learning modules, the learning modules will be like online platform, so the students can watch it as many times, anytime they like. And so we packed core courses in business, technology, and design with general education, some free electives into the modules. And for us, this is a way to translate theories into practice. And these are our partners that we are in the process of signing, or some that we have already signed. And I will put this slide in just because we want to make sure that MIDI is also act like an ecology, right? So kids can stumble upon something and get excited. And many of our friends at KMUTT is already like Xerox Park, right? So we sort of like sitting on this treasure trove of research. And just the last few things, our space we'll call it a garage, because we are inspired by the Building 20 at MIT. Application requirements are really simple. We just need an introductory video, 5 minutes video, no larger than 20 megabyte. Okay, so in case you have brother, sister, kids who are interested in, so you could contact saran.guy@mail.kmutt.ac.th นะครับแล้วก็ okay, so this is the end of the introduction for a MIDI program, and here the last part นะครับ MIDI will be hosting an annual hackathon event นะครับ every year, and this will be our first นะครับ event. We'll call this Future Perfect, but we're not releasing the brief just yet. And we will start from January 27th until the 30th. And for the last 2 days, the 29th and 30th will be held at here at KX. And so the students from age 16 to 18 will be competing for the prizes total to be about 100,000 baht. นะครับ Also register the same as you might register with MIDI นะครับ saran.guy@mail.kmutt.ac.th. We will have keynote speakers from SCG and IKEA to talk about sustainability and circular economy นะครับ Okay ครับ that's it for our presentation. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณนะครับ
Sounds like a very exciting program. Anyone has any questions?
Oh yes. Any questions?
Regarding the program? It's something really new. And
yeah, we'll actually be opening in August of next year. So yeah.
So what's the fastest you can graduate?
Again, depends on the projects and the size of the team.
Wow. Is it like 2 years or 3 years?
We hope so. We hope so that they could, like let's say if they want to come up with a new electric scooter, right? I mean that would take 4 years or more, right? So again depends on the type of project that the student will be working on, นะครับ
ครับ So thank you very much for introducing the program.
Thank you again, ครับ for the opportunity.
Yep. Thank you. So and that's for the MIDI program, and then I guess we can take a really quick, like short toilet break, and then we can come back. But please don't take too much, and then we'll come back and see who'll be winning our award. So before we go, the award for this will be like 40 hours of complimentary consultation from Big Mango, our sponsor, in the areas of brand strategy, business strategy, software and hardware consulting, legal, human resource, and fundraising to help the winning team, grow their startup. So yep, we'll be right back in 5 minutes.
ค่ะ
Hello. So welcome back. I think our judges are having a tough time adding up the scores. So we'll kind of jump to the next activity first before we come back and give up the prize. So the next activity that we have is the panel discussion session. So I would like to invite Dr. Piangpen Wongnapapan, Acting Chief Operating Officer of KX Knowledge Xchange, onto stage. Next one, Mr. Darshan Mehta, Founder and CEO of iResearch and Big Mango Mehta Family Foundation. Next, Khun Pen Natvilai, Founder and CEO of Trick Dealmaker Global Entrepreneur Program, Department for International.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so thank you, Sam. Thanks for the introduction. And thank you all for coming here today. It's quite a lot of people, and I'm so excited to see a live conversation without Zoom, without any programs and backgrounds, virtual backgrounds, and have a chance to meet people, discuss, and listen to the pitches. So today, our panel discussion, I would rather call panel talk and chat. We have a few main subjects that we would like to discuss with our diverse group of panelists. Also, if you have any questions, I think you can raise your hands. We can help you and try to answer them. So without further chats, because we have to save time, we are running a bit late. So I would like to start the discussion. And let me check. Can we just push the slide up? Okay, so the slide. I'll reintroduce the panel then. So this is Ajahn Piangpen. She's the COO of KX, and this is Khun Pen Natvilai. So she's a global entrepreneur, and she's representing UK government bodies here in Thailand. So if any one of you would like to figure out and ask more questions about how to move your businesses outside of Thailand towards UK, this is your person. We also have Khun Kantarot, who is the director of BOI Thailand. And we have our beloved judge and the founder of Big Mango and CEO of iResearch, Mr. Darshan Mehta. So he's also actively investing in businesses. Okay, so could we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so now we would like to acknowledge one thing that 2 years ago we had a big thing happening. You all know about it. It's COVID. And I would like to understand more, how did it change the whole innovation and startup ecosystem in Thailand? And what is the current environment here? So what type of opportunities and threats and perhaps silver lining you would see due to this COVID crisis here in Thailand? Okay, so maybe Pituk, you could kickstart and introduce.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? From 2020, at KX, we become part of the National Certified Incubation Program at that time. And we were assigned to select a good startup team from national innovation agencies to screen talented entrepreneurs to receive funding from the government. So fortunately, the government in the recent years has began many interesting funding programs for startup and invite many universities around the country to join as a process of startup selection and grooming them, polish their idea and making them a good team to receive the government funding. And here at KX, even though we are part of the university, we are accepting the applicants from around the country. So many universities apply to our program, and we were able to take them to get the funding, and and we found that many teams they suffer from the COVID situation. They need to close their business, and they came up with a new idea and want to take their idea forward. And once they hear the opportunity from the government grant, and we received a lot of applicants at that time, right? And another thing I want to talk about the ecosystem opportunity in Thailand is this year in October, Thailand has just passed a new law to allow the funding recipient to hold the ownership of the IP from the research, right? So in the past, once the researcher received the funding from the government, the funding agency still own the research output. But from now, the funding recipient, the one who get the grants and do some research, they can own the IP from now. So that's the big opportunity in Thailand to be able to commercialize their idea much easier from now.
Okay, so it seems that there's quite a few opportunities coming up from government support and from legal side, from funding side and agencies. What could be the threats? What do you see, maybe some others in the panel, what do you think are the threats? What do you think about recruitment processes, culture, market size, industry opportunities and threats in Thailand?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm not the BOI director. That would be my big boss, though. It's okay, I'm just kidding. Yes, so since I'm from the BOI or Thailand Board of Investment, so this is my job to give people lovely on roads when it comes to doing business in Thailand. So I think I cannot miss this question. So yeah, basically we are the BOI. We are the principal government agency mandated with investment promotion, both outbound and inbound. We incentivize investment by giving out tax and non-tax incentives. So the tax incentives, we do give generous tax incentives. So that's the very obvious opportunities. For example, for digital businesses, we actually quite recently revamped our policy measures, and then we can give out like up to 8 years tax holiday to startup that can qualify the BOI promotion. And for the threat, okay, as myself is currently running a Smart Visa program, which is a Thailand principal talent program, I know too well that we don't have enough tech talents. Yes, so that's the result of basically the Thai educational system, basically the TDRI, I try to quote the TDRI here. They say that we have to overhaul the educational system in order to serve the personnel that would better serve the future economic development. Yes, that's my view. Thank you.
So if I can add to this, I'll give you a little bit of background. I've been coming, I was really born in India, but I grew up in the U.S., and I've been coming to Thailand since 1989. So this is before BTS and taxis. It was mostly tuk-tuks. And I've been fortunate to have taught here for 25 some years. And I can say honestly, I really find the Thai students to be very creative, innovative, and very talented. And I think what is really nice here in Thailand and compared to other places is I think the starting point between the cooperation with academia, government, and businesses is much better. I'm not saying there's not room to improve. There's always room to improve. But the starting point is already much better than a lot of what I've seen in other places. And I think when you have facilities like this, KX, and others around the country that are really geared towards startups and the ecosystem, it's a tremendous opportunity for startups in Thailand and other parts of Asia to come here to actually incubate and to grow. And I think there's really even an opportunity for companies from the West to come here and incubate as well because of the facilities. I mean, some of these facilities are what you would see in Silicon Valley. And most startups are not used to having access to these kind of facilities for R&D, testing, and everything that you find here. I think one of the biggest challenges is a lack of awareness of what Thailand has to offer. So, but I think there's a lot of opportunity here.
I could not agree more with the facility part of Thailand. You know, I've been traveling through regions and I can see that there's a lot of great innovation centers, buildings, and other parts, you know, ready to cater people locally, but also open for foreigners. And I would like to ask Kun Pei, you know, with quite a unique experience of coming back to Thailand after 7 years living abroad in UK, you know, and specific the question. So you are currently coming back into this, for you, kind of new ecosystem. What opportunities industry-wise, where do you see that you would like to put yourself into? You know, what type of opportunities you see here?
I come back to Thailand every single year, actually, before this, just to sound out the whole industry. I personally utilizing drones in doing building inspections, work a lot with 3D AI data. Coming back to Thailand, I can see that Thailand also have a very unique area that very good in doing any kind of startup that related to services. So anything involving technology plus services has been kind of like the key prominent things that I've seen growing. And other bits and pieces that I see is a lot of hardware, software development. So like hardware development or like product development is kind of like an old thing. Usually before this, people build a tangible product. And then it become a phase of all the software, data analytics. And in the US now, it moved beyond just software to be a hardware-software integration, creating new product and service. And in Thailand, I see a lot of that. There's a lot of very creative people to build affordable, low-cost, kind of like hardware, software, product or system integrations, which have a very unique selling points and very unique benefit. So coming back here, I see a lot of medtech things are happening everywhere. Agriculture, or like agro-tech, that's what they're saying. Lots of those. Typical kind of like app-based services base. I have been seeing that many years. But the new bits that popping up is people who have been doing research, or like professors that have been conducting research, start coming out to do more data analysis or finding ways to make money with data. I've seen a lot more of those and bringing it in with kind of like new sensor, a new product that can capture a lot of wider audience. It doesn't need to be the most cutting edge hardware, software technology to get something to work. Thai people are very clever in finding that kind of like affordable balance in capturing, building data as well as product and service that anyone can afford. So that's a huge thing that I see.
I think that is a nice setup for the following questions because, you know, you mentioned creativity and capability to build something new and now focus more into adding value so that changes in intellectual property law will be very harmful. But I think for me as an entrepreneur myself is always the key question. I have this idea, I have creativity, where do I get money from? So I want to understand, you know, what is your knowledge and ideas about early stage investment and incubation? Because we see a lot of investors in Thailand from corporate VC to other venture capital companies, they invest Series A or up. But that is a problem as well because no one is supporting the early stage ideas. So they don't have businesses to invest. So they go outside and, that's kind of a challenge in the ecosystem. So maybe there are some new ways or maybe we don't know in some initiatives, where do the entrepreneurs here, for example, could source and see for early stage help, support, and investment opportunities?
Well, on top of me being mostly in the UK, I also sit on the PMU-C board as well. They're the funding body in Thailand that fund a lot of research projects. And most people think that's only applicable for like researcher in university, but they actually open up a lot more for entrepreneurs, for startup, for companies to start accessing these kind of like more R&D-ish focus. So if you're developing something that could potentially be high risk, but cutting-edge technology in whichever field it is, the funding body in Thailand, even though focused on research, start opening it up a lot more than before. But most people just don't know about it yet. So I think, but that's probably like all I know about funding in Thailand. I'll leave it to other people then.
So maybe I could just quickly add to you and maybe to Mr. Darshan as well, so coming from other ecosystem, from UK, from US, what differences do you see there rather than here, and what you would like to see here more, what you have seen, abroad?
So I think this is the real opportunity and threat here. The threat is I think it's hard for young companies to get seed money and to build an MVP. But I think that's also the opportunity here because there's a lot of talent here that is looking for that. I think part of it is a lot of companies at that level are getting money from friends and family or people they already know, whereas I think the opportunity here is to create a more robust ecosystem to really help early stage seed companies to give them that chance to get to an MVP, and then we can start seeing Series 1, Series 2. And I think if we can successfully seed a few companies here in Thailand to get to that Series 1 and 2, then I think you'll see the game change for other investors as well. But I think we need a couple of good success stories initially to get that going.
So for me, the key difference I see is, like you said, like early stage, early day are much harder. And a lot of people think what they need is money. But they don't actually need money. They just want to use money to hire people, to invest in product, to do prototype. And Thailand have a lot of facility that you can access for free or at very low cost. I think if we could change the mindset of people who want to be an entrepreneur, that we have a very crazy thing about ownership. Everyone wants their own idea, only their own idea, only, and they want to hire people to make their idea come true. What I see when I'm in the UK and people around Europe, they find people with similar passions and they just team up. It doesn't need to be only your company, it can be our company. And I think with a lot of promoting ownership, promoting entrepreneurship, sometimes it could be slightly a bit too much that people think the only way to do it is me owning everything, which kind of like hinder the capability of what Thai people have. And another thing is I see a lot more abroad that people with different age or different experience are super open and collaborating and working together. I've seen a doctor in her 50s who's an expert in the field teaming up with an 18-year-old girl who just entered university because they have the same passion for breast cancer patients and they're building a solution together. And I think a lot of talents here are not fully capitalized because most of people not willing to work with people with different age range. Young people probably don't want to work with someone in the 40, 50, or 60. So that's the other way around. I think that kind of respect in people with different skill set, if we can capitalize on that, Thailand have amazing skill and connection that nowhere else can. Like, I'm in the UK, it's very hard to build connections. Like, you graduate from the same university, practically mean nothing. in here, just because you used to study somewhere together, used to enter something, you can build the network a lot more. So I see a lot of company in scale-up phase. You can scale much easier in Thailand because everyone know everyone for real. And if you hit the right group of people that introduce you to the rest of the people that potentially the whole market already. So the connection in Thailand are very, very strong. Strongest than I've ever seen anywhere around the world. So I think that's a good perk for Thailand.
Do you think that connection part, is it difficult for entrepreneurs coming outside of Thailand to Thailand? Is it difficult to acquire, or is it limited to only Thai society? You know, how does it work?
How does it work? This is an interesting question. A lot of Thai people go with like which university you go to, which school you went to, but I think we always open to accept new people. As long as you drink a bit, like enjoying eating food, I think every Thai person are very open-minded in accepting new friends into the group. And I see that all the time because or else I could not make new friends either. Maybe slight limitation is speaking English. There's a lot of people who are very comfortable with speaking English. Some may not be as comfortable, but we don't have anything against people who are not from Thailand.
I can agree with that. You know, coming here from abroad, from outside of Thailand, I met a lot of amazing and welcoming people, you know, and ecosystems. So I just want to quickly ask about, let's say, government fund support. You know, what are the most active government funds currently functioning in Thailand?
As we have been helping startups throughout last year and this year, we've been working with the Ministry of Higher Education. They got a TED fund support for younger graduate no more than 5 years and form the team. They can get the funding. And the DIPA, Digital Agency, Promotion Agency, also provide funding. But I'm going to talk about the funding size. It's really, really small for the startup to survive and work on their idea full time. Many teams, they need to maintain current job and develop their idea to be a real product on maybe as a hobby because they need to still get the salary from the current job. So if the funding size is bigger and they can rely on that funding and work full time on their idea, they will be able to develop idea much faster. And some of the funding is on the reimbursement basis. It's not a real grant. So many teams, they need to have enough cash flow to spend on the product development and to hire people and to do the marketing activities upfront. And then they might have to be very painful with all the paperwork before they get the real money from the government. So there's many funding schemes. Things are getting better, but there are many things to fix as well.
Okay, so there's. Please go ahead.
Okay, so perhaps I think it's a good idea that I could share with you the big picture of what the government has been doing all this time. It might seem like, oh, we're not doing much, but for me, myself, personally. All right, so not so much of the funding itself, but we do give grants, matching grants, and as for my office, as I already mentioned, we do give fiscal incentives and also non-tax incentives. Another thing is that I happen to know that my colleagues at NIA and DEPA, they run regular free capacity building program and an incubation accelerator program, and also startup professional activities. Also, what else? Oh, right. Last but not least, we are also working on this legal relaxation and also abolition of, if necessary, of some obsolete and outdated legal infrastructure. You probably have heard of something called regulatory guillotine. We have started this like 3 years ago. I know you haven't seen much of the development, but we still work on it. So just like that, I think we are doing what we're supposed to do. But the thing is, I think since I'm probably like the only government representative on this stage, I know I'm the culprit. I need to work harder. So basically, we have to make it more impactful, make it more frequent, make it grander and bigger, yes, in order to make our effort fruitful.
I don't want people to like stop at looking in funding in Thailand. Like, in general, I spread funding into two sides, grants and like actual award for early stage, beside the investment parts. A lot of grants have other limitations, other paperwork, mainly reimbursements, but there's a lot of international awards that give awards to people with great ideas. That award is an actual money that gave it to you based on all your commitment and all your work so far. And a lot of these awards have no limitation which country you're from. They might have limitation on like which industry specifically, depend on the awards. So doesn't always need to be funding in Thailand only. You can look outside as well. There are grants that give out to people around the world. There are awards which open up to different group of people. I also sit on the board of Royal Academy of Engineering in the UK, which every year open up for anyone from Thailand to submit, to ask for grants, or to ask for their awards. If you win the awards, they have supporting program, training, as well as money. And I judge more than 30 applications from Thailand every single year and from around the world. So become a startup, part of it is kind of like the perseverance and the creativity of finding solutions, and I don't want you to stop just in Thailand. Look around.
I think that I really like your comment, and that leads to the next question kind of is and topic. Wait, let me. Yes, international exposure for Thai startups. You know, who can help and support for Thai startups and teams to go abroad? Now we know a little bit that, you know, there's a lot of things happening in here locally. But when I talk to many Thai teams, everyone wants to go abroad. You know, everyone is asking how to scale, how to go outside and build their businesses there. So how to gain that exposure, and what are the opportunities and challenges there?
Well, on a different hat, I also work with the UK government as well. So they have a specific team in going scouting startup, interesting, scalable startup. We call them deal maker. I'm one of 25 deal makers around the world that start great startup and bring them on supporting program for the UK government. And anyone who wants to expand, who want to scale, want to use the UK as a springboard, can contact me. And beside that, not only the UK, a lot of countries around Europe have similar programs, some with money, some without money. France also have amazing programs. Some run by actual government themselves, some run by incubator in that country. But there's a lot of these that's happening, and there's a lot of accelerator incubator that's coming out to be more international. They have branch in many different countries. I was part of the Entrepreneur First programs. It's kind of like accelerator for deep tech startup or entrepreneur. They open another branch in Singapore. They open more branch in around Europe. They have their branch in the UK. There's a lot more than just plain governmental as well. Or if you don't know where to start, you can start by contacting me.
Yes, so again, if anyone has a wish or desire to go to UK, Kunpei is your person. And also I want to ask Mr. Darshan, so, you know, having experience with US and Indian markets, do you think there is a chance and opportunity for Thai teams, startups and entrepreneurs to expand there? Is there any support available?
Absolutely, otherwise I wouldn't be getting involved as I want to, because I think there's a real opportunity. I think in general there's a big opportunity in Asia for the next couple of decades, and I think Thailand is really at the center of it, not only physically, but in many ways, because I think Thailand offers the best of East and West. I think the real opportunity here is obviously there's a bit of money involved for startups and stuff, but that's not all of it. I think you're right. It's not just money. I think a lot of teams here can benefit from strategic advice, from branding strategy, marketing strategy, and business strategy. And I think what would really be helpful is, like I said, we have a good starting point here with academia, professionals, and the government, is to maybe get that ecosystem to focus on getting 2 to 3 really good, successful stories. Because that's what's going to really make a difference in getting it on the map, is people like success stories, and then that's going to become a magnet for other people to say, hey, look, I see XYZ do this, and ABC do this. I think I can even do this. And I can see how Thailand is something that I can benefit from doing that. So I think that's what we really need, is a combination of business strategy, some money, marketing strategy, all these things together, but then a renewed focus on, let's really invest some time and energy on getting 2 to 3 really strong success stories here in Thailand.
Yeah, that's I agree with that. And just because of running time, I want to proceed with further a couple more questions. Back. Okay, so now I want to twist a little bit. We were talking about building startups in Thailand and going abroad. But because of current situation with COVID, general globalization and urbanization trends everywhere, we see that there are more and more mixed teams. You know, teams are building solutions in between countries, in between continents, working 24/7. You know, what do you think? Is there an opportunity and chance right now to bring in foreign startups to be incubated in Thai ecosystem, you know, and is the facilities and programs ready to help foreign startups and teams to bridge and be built in here?
I would say shortly that invite them to come to KX. And once they are here, we'll connect them to many other benefits from the government, from the universities, and from our friends and partners in Thailand and outside of Thailand.
Well, on a different hat, I'm one of those. I'm like a foreign startup because I've been starting my company in the UK since 2015. Now I'm like coming back to Thailand, want to expand to Thailand, finding people in Thailand. So I'm one of those. For me, personally, even though I'm a Thai person, it's a bit difficult in a way that we're too big to be called small early stage startup to access a lot of the funding. And it's too small to be considered like unicorns that a lot of big corporate would be interested in, or VC would be interested in investing as well. So we're in a kind of like a dilemma of like, where do we stand? Because in a different sense, the way people categorize startup in Thailand are very different than in the West. What you consider as ready for Series A here and in there, not the same thing. So when I'm in the UK, you have just a proof of concept of something that could work. It's good enough for company to start paying you to co-develop it together to become their solutions. Well, a lot of the people here, even though they have a complete product solution, it takes them several years, typically 3 years, before clients start paying. So a lot of terminology, a lot of adaptations, a lot of like kind of like what people say, what people means. Even I'm a Thai person, I still need to adapt a lot of those. But once you start learning the language, you start selling with the right words, with the right terminology. And I think the first kind of like phase, a bit difficult for foreigner to actually get what people means. But once you pass that hurdle, I think, like I said, there's no limitation that you're a foreigner. You can access, like in KX, and no limitation. You can be Thai person, you can be from anywhere. And I think a lot of the center around Thailand that support this innovation of startup scenes doesn't have a limitation for nationality either. There might be some bureaucracy in setting up some paperwork, but as a support ecosystem-wise, it's pretty open. once you learn.
So perhaps I would agree. Maybe using only startup as a keyword is one thing, but I would like to add up to this question a little bit more. Considering lifestyle, living in Thailand, as a foreign team, and also not necessarily bringing startups, but bringing innovation, testing products in Thailand. Do you see as an opportunity? And maybe Darshan, you could add to this.
Yeah, I was going to say I think there's a real opportunity for sure in Thailand here. I think one of the challenges COVID has brought to all of us is changed our work habits. The good news is working remotely has become more the preference than the something unique. More and more people are looking to do that. So I think you're right. I think there's a real attractiveness to work-life balance here in Thailand, maybe more so in other parts of the world. The cost structure is better, but I think the challenges are there as well. One, I think there's still a lack of awareness what Thailand has to offer in terms of infrastructure, facilities, and all these things. People just don't realize that yet. But I think also some of them that do realize that there's still other challenges here, which I know is being worked on, but streamlining visas, being able to incorporate quickly and easily. I mean, and also I think you pretty much, if you want to set up a business, you need to pretty much know Thai, but if there's a way to kind of balance that, so a lot of this stuff can be done in English or Thai as well. So, I mean, those are things that can be streamlined. So those are challenges. But again, I think there's a real opportunity. It's a matter of, I think now it's going to be easier to get people to work more remotely. So Thailand can be attractive there. It's just, again, a matter of getting some success stories to happen so that others can see that, hey, I can see that they did this. I think I can do this.
Sorry, just because, tight on time, I would like to go to the last bit. Is also a little bit, so what you've just mentioned, that perhaps a lot of foreigners outside of Thailand don't know what Thailand can offer. It's difficult to find information about available help and support outside of Thailand. You don't know who to trust, you don't know where to go. So I would like to understand more, of a role of BOI and helping with smart visas, what are the new things coming up, and support for foreigners coming in here.
All right, so this is all for me. All right, okay. No problem. Of course, the BOI is the focal point for anyone who are looking to coming here and do business and work in Thailand. As I already mentioned, we offer generous tax and non-tax incentive, and when I talk about non-tax incentive, I also refer to this visa and work permit facilitation. People that is working for a BOI company will be able to enjoy these visa and work permit services at our one-stop service for visa and work permits, which is able to provide, of course, better services and less waiting time than the immigration offices that you probably usually have to experience. And when it comes to smart visa, which is actually my expertise because I have been running this program for 3 years now, with your permission, I would like to elaborate on this program. This is a special type of visa designed to attract foreign talent, executives, investors, and of course startup entrepreneurs, and the technology know-how and skills that will be brought with them. We hope to, with these people, we hope to accelerate the development of the country's targeted industry. And when I talk about targeted industries, there are a long list of 13 industries. There are digital, there are automation and robotics, there are smart electronics, there are medical hub, there are wellness. Okay, the list goes on, but I know that in the realm of startup, you usually identify yourself as travel tech, logistic tech, agri-tech, food tech. Just believe me that you are all in. Okay, so it is actually rather more difficult to fall out of this scope than not. And so how do we attract people with smart visa? We do give, again, a combination of very generous incentives and benefits to foreigners that we never ever given under any other type of visa. To start with, it is a long-term visa. It's up to 4 years. It's renewable. The nuisance of 90 days report is extended to 1 year. Your spouse and children can also enjoy the same benefits. So if you have maybe foreign spouse, he or she usually can't work in Thailand, right? But with the smart visa, he or she can. What else? Oh, right, the most important thing of all. So the permission to work without the work permit. So you don't need to get the work permit separately too. And another program that I would like to take this opportunity to talk about too is the new and upcoming and very exciting long-term resident visa program. You probably have heard it from the news. It's not effective yet. We're still working on it. So from the name, you probably could work out that this is a long-term visa, but we all know that this is by no means like the first of its kind, the first visa of its kind to give long-term permission to stay in Thailand. So the question being, what set this one from the rest? The answer is that it's a package of a deal that of the benefits that what Smart Visa already offers and more. You probably heard some very attractive benefits such as tax, personal income tax reduction and the exemption of tax from the taxable income derived from overseas, and also the right to own land and properties for foreigner with this LTR visa. Other benefits are like more or less the same as a smart visa. Oh, and not to forget that this is a long-term visa, so you will be given 10 years maximum of the visa and also renewable.
Hey, thank you. That is very informative. Just maybe the last bit I wanted to ask Kunpei if there's any reversed scheme from Thai entrepreneurs to go to UK. Is that
Oh, I'm going to be selling this then. A lot of countries in Europe have similar things. UK specifically have different type of visa. So I was on exceptional talent, which means you as an individual have a certain very good skills. It can be technology, it can be marketing, it can be designs, you can be a dancer, as long as you're very good in your area. There are exceptional talent skills. Give you 5 years, you can come to the UK. After 5 years, you can convert into permanent visa that you can stay in the UK forever. And after that, for a year, you can apply to become British citizens. If you're not exceptional talent yet, there are also other routes for people who want to be an entrepreneur to do their startup. So I also endorse startup visa as well, which gave you beginning of 2 years, which you can renew. And at the moment you get a visa to go to the UK, you have all the rights exactly as a UK person. There's no differentiations. You can do everything that they do. You can get access to everything that local people have. And with exceptional talents, give you 5 years. With entrepreneur or startup, it give you 2 years. The same condition applies. After 2 years, you can renew it. After you stay there for 5 years, you can apply for permanent resident in there. After that, then you can apply to become British citizens. There's no problem in buying property, even though you don't even have the visa to begin with. The great support system, if your kids are born there, you automatically become a UK citizens. There are support with like childcare for everyone in the UK working. Doesn't need to be a UK citizen. You get up to 30 hours childcare support for free from the government, and you have the same national health care coverage like every other UK person. Even though you're a tourist, you're on a tourist visa, you still get that free health care benefit as well. So way more open, much easier to apply. I actually endorse those kind of visas as well. So very simple, straightforward process. There are online version that you can apply. You can apply for generic one, or you can apply for your industry specific as well, based on your skills.
Okay, so thank you for the feedback. Just because you know we are running out of time and we're eager to know who is the winner of the pitching. I would like to conclude quickly. Everyone who would like to chat with the panel, you know, we're going to have a networking event in a bit, so you can reach out to people and get some more details. What I can take out of this is that Thailand is more and more open for international entrepreneurs and funding coming in and supporting local ecosystem, but it also becomes easier and easier to go outside of Thailand with your businesses, your innovation to other markets. And KX is the place where you can find support both ways. So I hope we can help you to facilitate that in you know, upcoming year. And soon we will announce some other new partnerships for KX. So thanks a lot for our panel. I'm very happy that you had time and came and joined us, and it's good to see you face to face, and thank you so much.
Yep, so thanks Matas and all our panel guests, honored guests. I would like Dajan, if possible, to be on stage to give the winning prize. Yep, so the fellow judges, others. So again, all of our 7 startups, I think you've worked really hard. Everyone was giving their 110%. So I'd like everyone to give themselves a round of applause for the great work. It was really close, you know. I think we gave the judges 10 minutes to discuss, but they took like 25 minutes to come to a conclusion. So again, hello. Yep, so again, the winning team will be awarded 40 hours of professional consultation from professionals from Big Mango in the areas of brand strategy, business strategy, software and hardware consulting, legal, intellectual property, human resources, and fundraising to help them scale, grow, and be ready for the next round of fundraising. So I'd like to invite our judges on stage, starting with, yep. So I guess all our judges.
Unfortunately, one of our judges, she had a prior commitment, she had to go,
yep.
but
you want to just go?
So I can tell you that it was not easy because every team was on everybody's 1, 2, or 3 list.
I still haven't decided yet.
And we had to do some negotiating, but it's always a balancing act between, do you pick an idea that you really like or are passionate about? Do you pick someone that's investable? Do you pick a team that's likable? There's all these different factors that come into one's mind. So if you're not the winner, I don't think you should feel like you're a loser. I think all the teams did a great job. I think you've come a long way since I've been working with you. But unfortunately, we had to do some negotiating, and we're going to give feedback on every team. So do we announce the winner or give them a little bit of suspense and give feedback first?
I think you have to give feedback first, don't you?
Okay, let's do that.
Don't you want to create a little bit of drama?
Sure. So you want to go in order? Feedback for Cloud Kitchen was the first team that went.
Cloud Kitchen.
Kitchen, the series.
So Kitchen, the series. I've been pitching cloud kitchens as an example business that somebody should build for at least 2 years. So I think this is a killer idea. I think the big differentiator in the cloud kitchen business are the brands. And I've seen at least 2 companies globally do this. One is called 3 Square in Taiwan. They just raised $3 or $4 million to fund their business. And another company called Just Kitchen, which is listed in Toronto, but also just raised money to do this. I think this is a killer idea. I actually think the future of food delivery is cloud kitchens. And I think the delivery companies like Grab and the super apps like Grab and Foodpanda run the risk of being disintermediated because they're running they're not running food businesses, they're running logistics businesses. And while the food business itself is a logistics business at some level, it's different. And I think it's really hard for companies to go away from their core competency. I really thought this was great. I thought the team was good. I thought they had a great idea. And obviously their execution is working as well because their monthly revenue is going up. The other thing I really liked about this team and this business was that they learned something. And they told us what they learned. They saw some growth. They saw some fall off. They changed their location. And then the revenues went back up again. And I think a team that learns is a team that has a high possibility of succeeding. So that's my feedback for that business.
Yeah, like I think that the only doubt that we had about the business model was whether you are optimizing, but you're also building 5 different brands. That means it's 5 different marketing, like 5 different ways how you have to market and build the brands. So how do you optimize that as well as you optimize the part which is your kitchen itself? So like I was thinking that it all then lays in how good you are at optimizing absolutely everything and how better you are than others who can like actually join the space by just renting, you know, a small kitchen and starting doing the same thing as you are doing. So this was our biggest trick to kind of give you the number one space, because like we were like, okay, like it's a very good business, it's growing super fast, the team looks so strong, but how do you make sure that it's not so easily replicable? How do you make sure that anybody who just rents a kitchen with good optimization skills doesn't do the same if they just do branding a bit better? So that was a little bit hard.
I think this is where you can see some differences in judges as well. I actually like this idea quite a bit, and I actually see it a little bit differently. I think you guys are optimizing consumer behavior. I think COVID-19 has accelerated the process for you guys, but I don't think you're just a COVID-19 play.
No.
I think you're much more focused. For example, if I was to go to a restaurant that served 3 different cuisines, German, Italian, and Thai, I might wonder, hey, are they really good at any one of them? Whereas I think with your branding strategy, you know, if I just want noodles, you specialize in noodles. And I can also customize it to my level. So I actually see that as an opportunity. And I think you're also, learning from data. And you're also, optimizing not only the kitchen space, but you're optimizing the utilization of the staff and also the time frame throughout the day. So I think it's a really strong, good model. I agree with Michael. I think this is going to be a wave of the future. I also think there's more opportunity here, not just in the way it is now, but in also innovating this whole concept even further down the line. So I think your team did a good job. Second team?
What's next?
Second team is Rocket Hub. Also a food startup.
Rocket Hub.
Yeah, it's actually like same as in my questions to the team that I had. Is it a software as a service or is it a hub? It's just that the problem itself is going to be way more difficult than you see. Than it seems that you kind of understand now. So I felt that there's lack of full understanding of the complexity of the problem because of like all of the APIs you would have to integrate, all of the businesses that you would have to work together. It will become just exponentially more complicated with every single month, every single customer and user. And I just can't imagine how you would be able to run the business with having like one person in a hub, having multiple hubs, and having a software as a service. And most of these things are just like in the development process. So that was my concern.
Go right.
I'll go. So one of the things that I'd like to point out about this, first of all, I agree with what Kaz has said. This is a very sophisticated business problem that's going to get solved, but it's going to require a massive data science team, an incredibly experienced machine learning and ML ops team, and just a lot of software development. It's a very sophisticated problem, and it's an online business and an offline business because of the physical hubs. And I think the one takeaway from this is that you have to understand just how complex this is, and it's going to require a ton more money, a ton more CapEx to build than the amount of money that you suggested you needed to do this.
I think this also is an interesting idea, and I think you're really solving a pain point that's out there, and I think that's proven by fact you've already gotten some clients, but more importantly, you had a big company come to you and actually say, we want you to help us. And I think that's a big thing because you didn't actually pitch them. They came to you, which is great. And I think you should really think about that, maybe switching your model instead of focusing on SMEs right now, maybe go after the bigger client to get that revenue and get the investment money that you need now. That doesn't mean you can not do the SMEs later, but it's something to think about. My concern was a little bit about the pricing, because I saw the 10%, but I wasn't sure how much you're making on all the other fees. And that's a little bit of concern of mine. I'm not sure there's enough margin in the 10% alone. I think you guys can address it. I just didn't have enough information and clarity on that. But I thought you did a nice job.
Third team is Team Scene, the HR platform.
Okay. Go first this time?
No.
You want to go? Okay.
Go for it.
All right, Team Scene, I think you guys have a really interesting area of, and I think what's good about your team is you have some proven cases already of corporate clients, and you have a pipeline of others that seem to want to do it. I think this space could get competitive down the line. So I think the sooner you act and do, but also really differentiate, as well as if you can have a tracking mechanism of the people you've already placed and how that's made a difference compared to other things. I agree there's a time frame of, let's say, 6 months to a year, even going to improve as you go over time. But I think you do need some of that initially right now to be able to answer that question so you can say this is being proven.
Yeah, I also think that like this is a very strong team when it comes to execution. The way how they delivered and how much they achieved is it seems that like they were a little bit in advantageous position because other startups did not have that much access to their potential clients, and they already had, which is really good. Well, yeah, one other thing is like our studio is working on an HR solution which says that like this market is really, really interesting, but it's also very complicated because like you're tackling things that, well, what Michael mentioned, that like is the company actually the right fit for the employee as much as, if that employee fits. Where I think your strong part is, because of your background, is the gamification of the process. Gamification and the psychology is what I don't see a lot in Thailand. And generally, I think that just because of where you are now, you have a very good head start.
So where's the team 4?
Team 4, Priwa.
Okay, I think what we're going to do to save a little bit of time, we're just going to have one judge give feedback to the teams, but then we're also available to the teams, and I'll be happy to give you direct one-on-one feedback. But Michael, you want to take Priva?
I will. So I actually do an entire show on e-commerce, and e-commerce is it's fragmenting again. It consolidated around some really big players, and now it's fragmenting, and I think this is a killer idea. You're democratizing the creation of products, you're democratizing the production of products, and you're building your own marketplace. I love this idea. It's now, somebody mentioned this, but I think you need to open up the platform now to other production facilities, and if you do that, I think this business can scale and be huge.
Okay, next team.
Next team, Renew Innovations.
Yeah, well, this is personally, like, I felt really, really passionate about this business, like this business to succeed. I kind of feel that the painful part of it is because it's science, so you can't guarantee that it's definitely it's going to become cheaper than, let's say, any other like product that is currently being researched. So, like, the scary part of this, as anything in scientific research, is will you be the first one to get there to make this product affordable, and how can you guarantee like that is going to happen? Other than that, it's perfect. Like the team is very strong. We have like PhD like researchers working in this. The business is clear. The IP model is clear. Everything is pretty good. It's just like, will you get there first?
Our 16.
The sixth team is Team Pettini.
All right, I'll take Team Pettini. I thought you did a really good job today. I'm actually rooting for you and Happy to always have a healthy life together. And I think there's a big need in the marketplace for this. I think your challenge is to get that software done quickly, to get the platform. But the good news is you can still continue building your business with Line and doing that, but I think the sooner you get your software platform finished, the more you can accomplish with the vets and the owners. And our last team?
The last team is Team Otto.
So that would be Oto, actually,
yeah.
For the correct Japanese pronunciation, Oto. For those of you who don't know, I lived in Japan for 22 years, so it was a fixed question for me since I knew what it meant. Anyway, I actually think that you're building a platform, and that platform is based around music. And people care about music. The world is organized around music, and I think every shop you go into has some relationship with music. I think you should keep building this thing. I really love this idea. Licensing is a big deal. I think people want to do the right thing. I think they want to be licensed. I think they don't want to worry every day that someone's going to show up and either rip them off with a fake license or they're going to have to pay a fine because of it. Keep doing this. But if you do get 8,000, 10,000, 15,000 shops on your platform, right? Here's the thing. Anytime you create a platform business, you can plug a bunch of different things into it. There's an insurance angle here. There's a marketing angle here. There are tons of angles here. I loved this idea as a business, and I think that this team actually feels to me like they can actually execute this and do a really good job.
All right, the moment has arrived. We had to negotiate. That's why it took us a while. But we do have a winner, and today the winner is Team Scene.
Congratulations, Team Scene.
You want to stand right here? Oh, maybe you stand in the middle with them.
So the winner, as said, will be awarded 40 hours of professional consulting from Big Mango. So this is Darshan from Big Mango. And congratulations to our winner, Scene, the HR platform. Congratulations again, Team Scene. And for others, you did a really good job. So again, I would like you guys to give yourself a big round of applause. You've put in 100% in your 110% in your startup, and you did really well. So after this, we're coming to the last event of today. I would like to again invite Dr. Piang Pen back on stage to talk about TECHBITE 2022 and the plan with our networks and partners.
Okay, ขอบคุณค่ะ Happy to be here again. I'll make it short because we are like more than 1 hour late. I just want to give you a summary on what we've done last year about the TECHBITE program. We started We started the TECHBITE Incubation Program in July 2020, and at that time we affiliate our program with the National Innovation Agency granting scheme. They are giving grant for ideation team for about 100K and for proof of concept for 1.5 million baht. We were among the 16 incubation center who was assigned to do the screening and grooming the startup. And what we did, we opened 4 batches altogether from July 2020 to October this year. And we received about 300 applications. We screened to select 1/3 of that to join our incubation program, and about 100 teams apply to the TED Fund. And finally, 35 teams finally get the funding. Total fundraise is 35 million baht, so it's about roughly 1 million baht per company. I mentioned earlier that the funding size in Thailand is very, very small, and this is extremely early stage. That's why we need to be here and connect you guys with other people to get more opportunity to get the funding both inside and outside of Thailand. And the team that came to our program and getting grant are mostly digital platform, e-commerce, and education platform. Not many of them are deep tech actually, because deep tech is usually they apply for another type of funding. This is more like a digital application. And to join our program, you can get the benefit of course, having work, having place to work and work alongside with the like-minded people. We are truly startup community. Working here, you can share your idea with other company, and you can swap talent people, and of course we bring partners from industry both inside and outside of Thailand to help you to polish your idea, to sharpen your idea, and finally you get the funding. And we provide a lot of training and workshop to equip you with the right skill set and the mindset. And we also have the Fab Lab at our basement. We have many machines, CNC cutter, laser cutter, and printed circuit board assembly line, sponsored by the Ministry of Industry. So coming here, we under one roof, you can enjoy all the benefit in KX, and we aim to be the intermediary body to bring knowledge from university to help startup and to take startup to go to the next step. And this is what's happening. We invite people, not only professors from KMUTT, but other universities are joining our mentor team. And also the team that apply to our program mostly are not from KMUTT as well. So we welcome teams from all around the country. And I'd like to give a special thanks to many people in this room who's been helping us in the mentoring session and will become our true partner next year too. And this is the whole team. The special things about our program is we'd like to customize the industry experts to the need of the startup team. So we really enjoy Zoom meeting during the past 1.5 years. Spend a lot of time from 8 o'clock to 6 sometimes. And I'd like to give also a special thanks to my operation team, and with their experience outside of Thailand and trying to frame our program, all the methodology, all the templates, all the questions. That's why we can make a big step last year, and we hope that we can do much better next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pimpen. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Darshan, founder and CEO of iResearch and Big Mango Meta Family Foundation, to introduce about Big Mango Week.
All right. Hi, my name is Darshan. As we talked about earlier, I think there's a real opportunity here in Thailand to really elevate the community, startup community. And so I'd like to introduce to you, Big Mango. I don't know how many of you know, but Big Mango is actually a nickname for Bangkok. And we also wanted to have a little bit of Asian feel, so that's why we've called this a Big Mango. It's funded by the Meta Foundation, which is my family. And the goal, can you just do the next slide? Is really to elevate the startup community here in Thailand and Southeast Asia, and also to attract international startups to incubate in Thailand for the reasons we talked about earlier. And we really believe, as Ben Franklin once said, tell me and I forget, teach me and I may remember, but involve me and I will learn. And so we think people really learn by experience. So what we want to do is basically we believe in experiential learning to create unique learning opportunities to do problem solving and critical thinking. And we want to do that, as you'll see in the next slide, but we also want to incubate and accelerate innovation for companies to become globally competitive. I think there's also an opportunity for companies from overseas to come here to Thailand to incubate. And that's what we're looking to try to do starting next year. And the way we want to do that is we want to introduce Big Mango Week, which will be a combination of a hackathon to bring together academics, professionals, and government people to actually work on solving a real problem, because it gets you out of your normal job, but actually gets you creative and actually solving, and it's an opportunity to collaborate, but also, in many cases, find a team that you may want to do a startup with. And the other is to continue with TechBite and a pitch-a-thon, where actual startups will actually pitch again for investment money, and that's what we want to do, is bring investors from Asia as well as the U.S. and other countries to try to join us in this effort. So we're going to have the hackathon to create opportunities to collaborate, and the pitch-a-thon to pitch. Because as Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, the mind once stretched by a new idea never returns to its original dimensions. And I think there's great talent here and opportunity, and we're hoping we can all do it as a community. And we actually need you to join us. We can't do this alone just in one isolated area. We need help from the community. We're looking for partners, sponsors, investors, and mentors to help us build a whole ecosystem here so that we can all benefit and have a thriving startup community here. So please join us, because as you know, generating ideas is not the problem. The real challenge is incubation and acceleration. And that's what we're looking to do, is help Thailand startups become incubated properly as well as accelerate and do well globally. So thank you very much, and we look forward to you getting involved.
So thank you very much, Darjan. And lastly, I would like to invite Matas to come up and say the final speech, thank you speech. And so, yep, welcome, Matas.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Thanks a lot. So first of all, thanks everyone for coming here today. It was a long, informative day. We had experienced exceptional pitches by the startup teams. As everyone mentioned, everyone is a winner today. I think the key of us to present KX and what we did during this very, very difficult period for all of us, the last 2 years was incredibly hard and difficult to live, to survive, to innovate, to build, but we still managed to create something unique, something profitable, something that is scalable, and this whole ecosystem survived. So, you know, the purpose was for us to say thank you for, first of all the KX team, everyone who made it happen, connect you with all the necessary agencies and mentors. We managed to do it through doing it, you know, online and offline. So it was challenging but fun. So thanks everyone for participating. Just quickly to announce that, you know, we are going to be continuously doing TechBite. Next year, our plan is to scale and grow. So we are looking for having hackathons and pitchathons starting in March. And we are planning to incubate at least 20 startups next year. I would like to emphasize what we are looking into international startups as well. So everyone who is maybe watching live stream or know people, friends outside of Thailand, please welcome them to apply. You know, we're open for everyone. And to make this happen, I'm just going to skip a little bit. I would like to open also conversation for potential sponsors. So everyone who comes from corporate, VC, or different type of environments like incubators, accelerators, we're looking forward to partnering up with you. We have many opportunities and different type of packages. How can we grow together? So from, you know, benefits for sponsorships, of course, is visibility and creating exposure. But we are also creating something unique. So we would like to invite corporate innovation teams to join some of our incubated startups as well, to learn from the real case of building a startup from idea to launch. So this is something that is new and we are willing to offer to our partners. A lot of startup matching, so corporates who are looking to invest, we're going to have plenty of opportunities for you. As we mentioned, we have more than 300 applicants each year. Yes, and of course, you know, all the availability and access through our websites to our partners. So just don't want to keep you waiting. First of all, I want to thank all the partners who were made today, who made today available. So KMUTT University and Knowledge Exchange Building, so thank you very much. Okay, my slides are gone. But of course, TED Fund, UK government agencies, Michael Waits Media, Whatnot Startup Studio, and Big Mango. Also, all of our partners and startups inside the ecosystem and building, thank you very much for being with us and building together. And I would like to announce that our application process for the next year's incubation program is open. So everyone can access this with this QR code. Please apply if you have ideas or you have startups that you're already working on. Whether you are in Thailand or outside of Thailand, everyone is welcome. We're going to be doing recruitment till mid-February 2022. So please apply. And that's it. I would like to invite everyone slowly to move to the 19th floor where we have some music, we have some beer, some food, and we can all chat and network in the safe environment because it's an open space. So, feel free. And thank you very much.